Good evening. It's April 15th, 2025. It's a little bit after 6:30, let's say 6:36, and you're at the Stanislaus County Board meeting. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then please remain standing for Rabbi Caitlin Bromberg of Congregation Beth Shalom for the invocation. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Imotenu Ba'avotenu, Holy One of Blessing, you who are mother and father to us all, we reach out to you during a week of profound holiness for Christians and Jews, in awe of your power of redemption. We ask that the light and grace of this time spread a Sukkot Shalom, a shelter of peace and wholeness, over all your children who live and work in Stanislaus County, of every faith and no faith. Please lift up this gathering of leaders, blessing them with the wisdom, compassion, and courage to serve the highest good for our community. Help them to know they are engaged in holy work. Yehiyu l'ratzon imrei fi v'hegyon libi lefanecha. May the words of their mouths and the thoughts of their hearts be acceptable to you, Adonai Tzuri v'goali, Holy One, our rock and our Redeemer. And let us all say, Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. Okay, we'll go to presentation. This is Library Week here in Stanislaus County. And Sarah Denton, our librarian, is up.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Condit, Supervisors, CEO Hayes and Council Bowes. I'm thrilled to be back sharing this year's library report. Last year during the library report, we were busy collecting community feedback to help build our strategic plan. Now we're back with a finalized plan built with that input in mind. At the heart of this plan is our new mission statement. We build community by creating opportunities and providing resources for connection, learning, exploration, and innovation. Through the strategic planning process, we refine the library's key roles as a community hub, a facilitator of lifelong learning, technology access, and a cultural center. Today's presentation is organized around these roles, showing how they guide our work and shape the future of the library. This comment from a library user reflects these roles and underscores the impact of the roles the library plays in our community. As a community hub, we are invested in creating safe, welcoming, and accessible spaces. Our value as a community hub is reflected in the numbers. 85% of survey respondents indicated that they are satisfied or very satisfied with the library, and 86% state that the library provides significant or considerable value to their lives. In terms of physical library visits, over 700,000 people walked through our doors last year, a number which is greater than the amount of people currently living in Stanislaus County. Looking ahead, we remain committed to investing in our library facilities, ensuring their longevity with the support of the board. The Modesto Library Improvement Project is underway, and the images here are concept renderings of the redesigned space. Additionally, the Newman and Riverbank libraries are currently closed for renovations, with Newman expected to reopen this summer and Riverbank in the fall. These projects would not be possible without the board's $10 million investment in our infrastructure, so thank you. To maintain access to library services during these closures, staff have collaborated with local communities to establish pop-up locations, including the Modesto Express Library just steps away in the 10th Street Plaza. For details on hours and locations, please visit our website at stanlibrary.org. The library does fall under the board priority promoting lifelong learning, and we're excited to highlight this as a role of the library. A critical aspect of the lifelong learning role we serve is our collection. Circulation did take a hit during COVID, but as you can see, circulation rebounded in 2023 and continues to grow. Library card usage and the number of registered card holders continues to rise as well. The yellow bar here reflects registered users, while the green bar reflects people who have checked out physical materials. So people not only have cards, they're using them. The number of library programs offered has significantly increased over the past year. In the chart, the light blue color here represents our early learning programs for ages 0 to 5, including Storytime, Wiggle Worms, and other programs designed to support children and their caregivers during the critical developmental years. Program attendance has increased across all audiences. In the early learning programs I just mentioned, we saw a 26% increase in program attendance from the previous year. Among those who provided feedback, 91% of parents and caregivers reported learning something that they could share with their children. This data indicates that our programs are not only bringing more people into the library, they are also providing meaningful value to participants. So what's next? During the Modesto Library closure, staff are partnering with local organizations to offer library programs in the community. Scheduled programs can be found under On the Go Modesto filter on our events calendar. The Summer Reading Challenge kicks off May 20th, encouraging reading and learning for all ages. Participants can sign up anytime via the free Beanstack app or website. Our partnership with the Master Gardeners of Stanislaus County continues, bringing free gardening workshops to libraries countywide, including the popular vermicomposting class this summer, in which families can see a live red wiggler worm hotel and take home the instructions to start their own to reduce kitchen waste. The library plays an important role in providing technology access to the community. From free access to public computers, Wi-Fi access, mobile printing, home connectivity kits, and digital library materials and online resources, the technology available through the library is a popular offering that helps bridge the digital divide in our community. Last year, we added the popular Libby app to our digital library, which offers ebooks and digital audiobooks. Added in May 2024, the first day of use saw 140 checkouts, which jumped to more than 5,000 borrows by June 30th. As of the end of last month, over 54,000 materials have been checked out since we added the Libby platform. Coming soon is an updated library app, which will enhance our digital services and provide a user-friendly, accessible interface for our library users. We are in the process of updating our public computers to better protect our systems and user data and to provide better overall performance for our users. We'll also be updating the catalog to provide a better user experience and improve functionality. Meaningful partnerships are the key to our role as a cultural center, bringing unique programs and services to the library. For example, we've partnered with the Modesto Stanislaus Poetry Center, MJC, the County Office of Education, and the Stanislaus Library Foundation to facilitate the Youth Poet Laureate program, now in its second year. Through this partnership, the Youth Poet Laureate has led poetry workshops and readings at our libraries. Last summer, we collaborated with the Stanislaus Arts Council to showcase pieces from their Trash to Treasure exhibit at libraries across the county. And in April 2024, we partnered with county agencies for the Stanislaus County Passport Fair, a walk-in event hosted at multiple sites, including 3 of our libraries. In total, our library sites processed 386 passports that day. The future of cultural events and services at the library is bright. This month, our libraries are hosting Dia de los Niños, Dia de los Libros, a celebration of literacy for children of all backgrounds and languages. Across the county, families can enjoy story times, activities, and free book giveaways for kids. The Youth Poet Laureate program continues with the application period for the 25-26 year closing earlier this March. This fall, the library's annual local author fair will take place at the Salida Library, showcasing local authors from across the county and neighboring communities. I'd like to leave you with this quote from one of our users that illustrates the impact of our local libraries. We're excited to continue doing the work that empowers and engages people through knowledge, technology, and culture. And before we get to questions, I just want to acknowledge a whole bunch of library staff who've come with us today. Nothing that we do is done without them, and I'm just really thrilled that so many folks could make it. So,
Board members have any questions?
I have a comment. I can see who all the library people are because they got the biggest smiles on their face. That's the way they always are inside
yeah,
the
we're
library.
kind of a cheery bunch.
Yeah, thank you very much for showing.
One thing I know is I probably should have spent more time in the library.
It's never too late.
No, it is never
It
too
is
late,
never
really.
too late.
I know that. And you know our libraries here in Stanislaus County, we love them, the board loves them, our citizens love them. And, you know, they're just houses of knowledge and resources for people to use to better their life. And we're so proud of our librarians and our library staff. And I would really like to invite them to come down and take a picture with the resolution. I'm not going to read the resolution, it's quite long. So come down here and just celebrate with us with a picture.
We come with props.
Terry, there's an accountant.
I know, I talk to him. I talk to him all the time.
Don't be scared, line up on this side.
It's okay. He's very nice.
I know.
He's fantastic. We love this.
We'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
You guys get to leave.
And for those of you who don't know, Curtis is back there. Curtis is a CPA, and one of these days, I'm gonna get him to come work for me when he gets, sorry, sir, I'm gonna try to poach him from you.
Great presentation. All right, we'll be moving on to public comment period. Public comment is a time for those in attendance to speak on items not already on today's agenda. Please state your name for the record, direct all comments towards the dais, and so it is fair for every speaker, keep comments to the 5-minute time limit. And our first up is Willie Grays, Jr.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Seven. My name is Willie Grays. I'm a client of Chantel Turner, and I would like to speak on the importance that I feel of IHSS. Without them, I think my life would be very different than it is now. I probably wouldn't even be here. I have a real good caregiver, which is Chantel Turner. She's been with me through thick and thin. I know she doesn't get enough money for what she does. She doesn't get enough hours. But I'm going to tell you some of the things that me and her have been through. I passed away a number of times. With God's help, he put breath back into me. The first time, I was real bad. I went down and caught a cold real bad. Ended up in an induced coma. And when I woke up, she was right there by my side. Second time, I had a blood clot in my leg. Traveled all the way up by my liver. And I guess I didn't want to give my leg up. I've been a very active sports person all my life, and it's kind of hard right now. But she hung in there with me. Every time I opened my eyes, she was right there. It got so bad where the doctors at the hospital would let her stay right there in the bed with me. They tested her one time, and my blood pressure went up too bad. They made her come back in the room. The third time, I had to go in an ambulance to Stanford. The specialist was real nervous about operating on me. They called Miss Turner to come down there and build my spirit up. It had got so bad, I had gave up. She said I had one leg in the grave and one on a banana peel. You know, and I just didn't want to hear nothing she was saying. You know, and my caretaker said, look, I'm gonna lose you if you don't do this. I looked in her eyes and I see she was real serious. I mean, more serious than a specialist. So I had to give her props. I mean, I went for it. I woke up the next time, I was in the bed. She was right there in a chair. With her and God's help and the specialist, I am still here today. It is real important that we have these caregivers that we have. I know for a fact, real important. They need more money. She only gets 25 hours, you know, and that's one day of work. Well, she does more than one day of work. And I'm very proud of her. So I would have to say this. She is not the only caregiver that people like me feel for. These people need help, badly. For people like me, we ain't gonna make it. We is not gonna make it without the importance of these people. And the importance of all caregivers, not only just this district. We got to look at all of them that'll look out for people as myself. She's not my wife. She has her son room, but I'm going to tell you something. I feel for her just like I was married to her. Without her, I ain't going to make it. I know I ain't going to make it. And if she passed away, I'm going to be right behind her. You know, probably vice versa. But the work she does at the place where we stay, she does everything. I try to do the best I can, you know, without falling or something like this. You know, I push myself a little too hard sometimes. She gets mad. I step back. You know, we've been together this long. I step back like a married husband. Okay, you know. But we need these caregivers bad, I'm telling you. I don't know how she does it with the little pay. I'm glad that she's in my life, you know, because I don't know who I can go to. I don't like hospitals. They done ran me out of there. I don't like them, you know, I really don't. But without her supporting me, pushing me, basically on my ass, I wouldn't be here, I'm sorry to say. But we need these people badly. People like me that can't even be here today, I'm speaking up for them too. They know we need them. So with them help, please help us. Help us. We need that help. So I would like to hear you guys out. Thank you.
Thank Willie. Next up is Chantel Turner.
Hi, yes, my name is Chantel Turner. I am Willie Grace's provider. IHSS is very important to us because if it's not just for him and all the rest of the clients that's here in Stanislaus County, the wages that we have are very low. We appreciate that 50 cents. We really do. Like you said, I only do 25 hours a month, 25 hours and 7 minutes. And I squeeze that in all month. And I try to make it work so that the little change that I do get, it helps with his bills, our bills, and also whatever we can with the food, because food is going up and it's too expensive. So we have to just, you know, kind of look and shop and kind of get those budgets, the yellow tag, so, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chantel. Rally Venezuela.
Hi, my name is Raleigh Valenzuela, and I'm here as an in-home supportive services provider. What I wanted to do today was talk to you a little bit more. I told you about my personal story, but I wanted to talk to you about how it affects other people in the community. And the goal is just to stay friendly and give you a better understanding of what we do. So, for example, one of my colleagues takes care of a nurse who for 30 years took care of other people in Stanislaus County and found toward the end of her 30-year career that her diabetes was getting the better of her. She is now an amputee from the knee down, both sides, and she had to face the choice of figuring out some sort of residential care, or luckily in-home supportive services was an option for her. And like Chantel mentioned, this is actually a pretty conservative program when it comes to the help that they give and even dollars spent. She was talking about down to the minutes, and that's how it works for us. I don't know if you understand how the program works, but it's based on your needs of the doctors or whoever your care team is, and the county who's involved and has a social worker come out and assess your needs. The recipients are granted or allotted hours based on their needs, and this is like, it takes you 1.3 minutes to brush your teeth. It takes you 20 minutes to take a shower with assistance. That's how she's getting the whatever it is plus 7 minutes. It's all calculated. And so my colleague ends up going into the nurse's house twice a week because of however many hours that she gets. So maybe twice a week for 2 hours. And that means the difference between her being in care or staying with her family and her church and her market and everything that she knows, and dignity. And you can't really put a price tag on that. And the other thing that I was going to tell you guys was that we live in a great place, but you know that already. And it happens to be April is Autism World Awareness Month. The second is actually World Awareness Day. And last year in this space, City Council made it, I think it was the 23rd of April, Autism Awareness Month, also in honor of the world recognizing it. We as a city do, and the police department for $20 made a patch, and all the proceeds went to funds that would go towards autism services, and you could buy those at the records department, I think. And the reason that I'm mentioning that is because my kids have autism. They are recipients that I care for, and they're worth fighting for. They actually, as part of their program, the very libraries that we saw on screen, they go in there prior to closing for reconstruction. They would go in there twice a week, and for an hour each of them, so that's 4 hours each week, they would wipe down all the tables and chairs, not to get paid, but part of their program, which teaches them how to get back to the community and be seen and be part of it. But I also came up here to read you this. Just within the last 24 hours, the National Autism Association put out a statement. And it said, during the past week, at least 5 autistic children died from wandering from their settings. A teenager with autism died being lost, and he was shot 9 times by the police. A young autistic man was shot in the back when 2 men jumped him, and he became lost. An exceptionally vulnerable young man with autism is still missing in Washington State. Nearly every fatality this past week was entirely preventable. The majority of deaths occurred from either lack of awareness of autism, a dangerous misconception, or lack of support and safeguards for them or their families. Where are the safeguards? There's a little bit more, but basically at the end it says, no matter how saddened we are after weeks like this, we remain forever hopeful. Our loved ones deserve that hope. They deserve to be respected, protected, wholeheartedly accepted. Accepting them means that we must never accept the things that are killing them. That's pretty heavy, but it is true. One of the things that in-home supportive services does is I explain that my sons are in programs sometimes, but they need a little help outside of that. And it is very difficult to find people who are willing to work for $17 an hour to listen to noises that people make that are uncommon, or behaviors like eloping, which end up like this, or need special health care. I just want you to consider that when you're talking to your people about negotiation and bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Next up is Howard Rolfeson, if I'm getting that right. If I'm not, I'm sorry.
You did pretty good.
Okay.
You did pretty good, Rolfeson. Good evening, Board. My name is Howard Rolfeson, and I currently caregive for my sister. She's my twin. 68 years. She has CNS B-cell lymphoma, which is brain cancer. And I've been caregiving for her since 2004 from other complications like Parkinsonism and paranoia, all kinds of stuff. But currently, she is in remission, but she's dealing with a lot of other complications, you know. I wish that we caregivers at large, myself and everybody behind me here, made a little bit more money so that we could maintain, you know, the current life that she deserves, you know. I'm not really sure what else to say except that she's 24 hours a day. I am exhausted. It's very, very, it's very difficult. I don't know what else to say, but currently she sees 7 doctors. One of them is at UCSF in San Francisco. He actually teaches doctors. And she uses a walker. She wanted to use a wheelchair, but I've been kind of holding back on that, you know. She does fairly well with the walker. The Parkinsonism took her walking ability away from her and gave her vertigo. So that's why she uses the walker. She has to hang on to walls, and she has to hang on to furniture. Kind of drives me a little nuts, but it's just part of life right now, you know. I do wish that you would consider more money for all of us. It's hopefully within the budget. And I think we all deserve it. Don't you guys? Anyway, I do appreciate your time, and I do appreciate you listening to me, and I hope that you will consider what what I brought forth to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Howard. Next up is Daniel Miller.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Miller, and I'm here to speak in support of the We Care program in Turlock. The We Care program is a vital partner to provide transitional and emergency shelter and support services to assist homeless individuals to become more self-sufficient. I've had the privilege of being part of a group that cooks and serves dinners on a monthly basis to the men at the emergency shelter. In addition, there are over 30 churches, civic organizations, individual families, and local businesses who do the same. I have to say that it is very gratifying, to experience the feeding of my soul by the sincere gratitude from the men as they eat, perhaps their only meal of the day. It serves as a reminder, but for the grace of God, go I. The program has been awarded a large grant from Stanislaus County with a routine administrative step to receive a letter of support and a financial contribution from the Turlock City Council by April 28th, before the funds can be released. Unfortunately, at the Turlock City Council meeting on Tuesday, April 8th, Mayor Amy Blue-Black, Vice Mayor Rebecca Moniz, Councilmember Erica Phillips unbelievably voted no. Not to send a letter of support, nor make a financial contribution of $1. They demanded that the We Care program install a 24-hour porta potty on their premises and/or clean up downtown Turlock as the conditions for their approval. Now, these ideas were not included in We Care's proposal to the county, nor in its proposed budget. We Care's landlord will not approve a porta potty on the property. In order to build a 24-hour toilet and to clean downtown Turlock streets, the We Care program would have to use operational funds at the expense of emergency and transitional housing, mental health treatment, and job training. The challenges of homelessness and its effect on communities are complicated and require the input and collaboration of many partners in our towns and cities to help them. The Turlock City Council members are suggesting simplistic answers to complex issues. These council members are burdening just We Care with the responsibility of solving Turlock's issues of the unhoused, which are well beyond the capacity of any one agency or organization to resolve. At the last council meeting, Supervisor Chiesa, thank you, offered an opportunity to meet with We Care and the City Council to identify potential solutions and resources that might address 24-hour toilet access and street cleanup in Turlock. Still, Blue-Black, Moniz, and Phillips voted no, thus killing the We Care program's opportunity for receiving the grant funds from the county. As stated by Turlock Councilman Kevin Bixel at a recent council meeting, Blue-Black, Moniz, and Phillips are, quote, holding a gun to the head of We Care, end quote, by withholding their support. And as stated in a recent letter to the editor of the Modesto Bee, they represent, quote, bureaucratic obstructionists who intend to hold the We Care program hostage until their demands are met. Again, We Care has until April 28th to comply. Otherwise, they will close their doors at the end of June. Many residents of Turlock are very supportive of We Care and are angry and shocked by the heartless, uncooperative, non-collaborative behavior of Blue-Black, Moniz, and Phillips. And I leave with two questions. One, is the county able to waive the requirements of a letter of support and $1 for Turlock and release the We Care funds? And are there any other options to resolve this impasse? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next up is Monica Johnson. Hi, Monica.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Stanislaus County members. I appreciate you allowing me to speak to you. I am here on the behalf of IHSS UDW, the union. I have been with the union since 2004. I've been a provider for 2004. The Lord allowed me to take care of my mother for 7 years. She was on a feeding tube. I had to do everything for her. She couldn't do anything. She was speechless, and that's the best thing I did in my life. And if I have to, I would do it again. I took care of my aunt, which is 91, until death did its part. And I took care of my sister's husband's mother that came from Mississippi. She had dementia, and the Lord allowed me to take care of her. So ever since I've been working here, we've been fighting for our rights, just for other people that's not allowed to come up here. I do in-home care. One of my clients, I have to bathe, I have to cook, I have to wash, I have to change them, I have to turn them over. We only get $17 an hour, but it's a difference from caregivers and care lovers. When you love helping somebody, then you do whatever. But we are lack of pay. We're not treated well. If you go to McDonald's and buy a hamburger, I don't know what they say, but they said it's like $20 an hour. And we are flesh and blood. We are human beings. And you never know. Anybody in this room right here, you might fall, you might slip, you might need help. And the only ones really help is a family member, because it's not worth the pay. But you can't do it for the pay. You got to do it to try to see if you're helping somebody to help in the generations down become before you. Because one of my clients is a year younger than me. I just got him, and I got him with joy. He's a year younger than me. He had heart surgery. And I'm like, wow, look at this. And I do it with joy. But it's no age on it. You know, you could, anybody in this room, or even children. I mean, I'm standing here for the children that's going to come after us. And I'm just saying, we are unfairly paid. But when you have a heart that you love to be a caregiver, but you're not going to find anybody that do what we do: cook, clean, bathe, wash, clean the toilets. With joy. And I just want to say this. I don't want to hold you guys. I just want to say my piece. But my client, that's a year younger than me, he was in a facility because he had nobody to come help him. So the facilities, the rehab facility, so they called me as an emergency. That's the only way he could come stay at home, with an emergency. So, I mean, I don't know how y'all feel, but I feel like that we should get a decent amount of pay for other people besides family members, taking care of sisters, brothers, mothers, cousins, you know what I'm saying? And Board of Supervisors of Stanislaus County, most of the family members get people like us, and they can't even, because they can't afford it. The Mr. Eggs now is just rising. Gas is rising. Inflation is rising. You know what I mean? So my son right there, he wasn't even born when he was in my stomach. I was running for this union ever since. He's 17 years old, but I've been running for your family, your family, your family, and everybody else's family in here. I have been standing for the rights. And please, my voice do carry. I don't mean to shout. I don't mean to holler. But I'm just trying to say, you might have grandkids, great-grandkids, or whatever. And you know what? In-home support service, it keeps the budget down from the nursing homes, from the convalescent home. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So by us coming out there helping them with, I say, not caregiver, but the care to love to give. And he looked like he's getting tired, but care to love to give. So find in your hearts that we get paid to be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Next up is Michael Baldwin.
Good evening, County Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I just wanted to bring to your attention that Legacy Alliance Outreach is a nonprofit organization that has been operating in Stanislaus County for nearly 4 years, and we've had some organizational issues and a few things that we've had to make adjustments in. But one of the things that I'm asking for the county to support us in is helping to protect us from other county entities that seek to shut us down, that put rumors out about us, that kind of like advocate for others to take our clients from us. We are all about supporting men and women who are formerly incarcerated and those who are justice involved, as well as providing an alternative to incarceration for at-risk youth. We provide these services, and we provide these services with dignity and honor. But we had contracted with the county in order for us to receive some support in areas that we were weak in, because we're 85% lived experience ran. And so we needed some support in order for us to really function in a way that will allow us to have the balance that we need with corporate as well as this lived experience. We haven't received a lot of that particular support. And right now we're under fire by some of the entities within the county through rumor mill, through allegations, and through other things like that. And we just really want you to know that we exist, and we don't have any intention of shutting down or not operating within this county. The services that we provide are critical services for men and women who don't desire to return back to criminal behavior, addiction, or incarceration. And we really need your support and your compassion and your mercy and an opportunity to present our case before you rather than being judged without having an opportunity to have a say. And so thank you for this time. And we see ourselves as God's hands and feet, right? We are God's hands and feet for the people that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next up is Gerard.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Jared Amore, and I'm here today to share a personal story that I never imagined that I was going to face incarceration, but a little over a year ago, I became one of the 16,000 people arrested each year in Stanislaus County. And although my original charges were dropped, spending 90 days in county jail, I left a lasting impact on my reputation, my life, and I found myself isolated, alone, and struggling to rebuild. During that time, with the loss of my job, no family, and negative media coverage, I thought I had no choice but to be my own life support. I was searching for a place to belong, for support, and for a chance to prove that my skills and talent could benefit others, and if I could be judged on my merits instead of perceived mistakes. That's when I found and reached out to Legacy Alliance Outreach. I never forgot what Mr. Michael Baldwin told me. Your past is not a barrier to us. I immediately broke down in tears. For the first time since my release, I felt hope. Legacy Alliance Outreach is one of the reasons I'm thriving today. They help no matter what. In a society that too often throws people away, Legacy shows what a little help and hope can do. Their staff and volunteers, many who have lived experience with the justice system, connect with people like me in a way that no one else can. I thank the county for supporting Legacy Alliance Outreach in the past, and I urge you to continue that support. The work they do is not just about individuals, it's about building a stronger and safer and more compassionate community for all. Without them, myself and others like me would still be searching for some hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Next up is Amelia Rivera Salamona.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Amelia Rivera Salamona, and I am writing to share a piece of my journey that began in the shadows of hardship and homelessness, and one that through the compassion of others has led me to a life full of hope, stability, and purpose. In early 2022, I met Mr. Michael Baldwin during a food donation giveaway. At that time, I had been living unhoused for 4 years, residing in a tent along the highway. My emotional and physical health were at an all-time low. I was simply trying to survive each day. That day, Michael greeted me with sincerity and compassion. In my world, that was rare. He invited me to Legacy Alliance Outreach. Truthfully, I was hesitant. After years on the street, I had lost hope in people, but something in his genuine approach reached me, and I took a step I never had imagined that I would. I said yes. Joining Legacy Alliance Outreach was the turning point of my life. I came into the program raw and unfiltered with little self-governance and a heart burdened by trauma. But through the support of peer mentorship, group sessions, and the consistent encouragement of staff, I began to heal. Legacy Alliance has provided me with a safe space and the tools needed to face my hardships and confront my addiction. From those first uncertain days, I moved from life on the streets to a shelter, then to staying with family, and then on to transitional housing. And today, I proudly live independently. I have regained primary custody of my amazing children, reconciled with my family, and recently married. Life looks very different now, and I hold immense gratitude in my heart for that. Today, I give back by serving as the Director of Youth Services with Legacy Alliance Outreach. This role is more than just a job. It is my calling. I now have the honor of helping young people find their path before they take the treacherous steps I once did. My pain has become my purpose, and it drives me every day to be a light for others navigating the darkness. We all face challenges, but thanks to the community I found at Legacy Alliance Outreach, I no longer face mine alone. I share my story with the hope that more women, children, and more families in our community can receive the same opportunity for healing and growth that I was given. Thank you for taking your time to hear my journey.
Thank you, Amelia. Next up is Tony Carr.
Hi guys, man, if it wasn't for this program, I'd probably be in prison, still in my addiction. And ever since I've been in this program, going to groups, I learned so much about myself, and I got closer to God, and I got almost 2 years clean next month. He's provided me with work, a place to lay my head, and a nice house. And the groups that we go to, it changed me. I got closer to God. Now I'm done with that mess. I'm ready to get my Class A license, and I just thank that man. I love you, Mike. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Tony. Next up is Teresa Blackwood. Teresa Blackwood? Okay. Jesse Cecina?
Good evening. My name is Jesse Cecina. At the age of 17, I was sent to prison. I was released 2 years ago at the age of 62. That's 44 years that I spent in prison. It was your organization, Legacy Alliance, that helped me get me back on track, right? The world had changed. I didn't know about technology. I didn't even know how to turn on a cell phone. You know, Legacy Alliance will help me navigate the whole process of reintegration. So Legacy Alliance is more than just a program. Legacy Alliance is not just a service, it's a lifeline, a compass, and a catalyst for real lasting transformation. We exist to stand in the gap for those society has overlooked, the formerly incarcerated, striving for a second chance, individuals fighting to overcome addiction, at-risk youth searching for guidance, and the unhoused seeking for stability and hope. We recognize that every person, regardless of their past or present struggles, has potential, and our mission is to help them unlock it. Through comprehensive navigation services, we don't just point people in the right direction, we walk beside them. We help individuals overcome barriers, access essential resources, and build practical pathways towards independence and long-term success. Driven by purpose and focus on outcomes that matter, self-sufficiency, personal growth, and empowered futures. Legacy Alliance is where transformation begins. We are committed to restoring dignity, building resilience, and creating a ripple effect of change that not only impacts individuals, but strengthens families, communities, and generations to come. We don't just believe in second chances, we create them. Today, I work as a case manager with Legacy Alliance, and I love my job. We help countless individuals I can't even begin to describe what it's done for me. And what it's done for me, I give back, because that's what we're here for, to help those who feel there's no hope. We're considered hope dealers, and we deliver it pure and uncut. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. I'll go back to Teresa Blackwood.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Blackwood, and I'm just here to share a little bit about what I have experienced with Legacy Alliance Outreach. Today, I have 2 years clean and sober. Without this program, I honestly don't know where I would have been. I probably would have been dead because, you know, I was living in an abandoned building at Calaveras where, you know, Michael had found me. Being in Legacy Alliance Outreach, I have found a place of belonging, a family, something that I haven't felt in a very, very long time. And I'm just asking for some help. Please support us. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next up is John Salazano.
Good evening. My name's John Solorzano. I want to start by first saying that I'm a formerly incarcerated lifer. I'm still on active parole. I've been with Legacy Alliance since I got out in November of 23. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. You know, when I was in prison, you know, they played politics. And you know, and I thought when I got out after 26 years and 45 days, I was going to come out to a free world where, you know, I was going to get a job and help people so they don't have to make the same mistake I made. And here at Legacy Alliance, we serve the people. It's not just about Mike Baldwin. I am in charge of those houses. So all the gossip and all the Legacy Alliances shutting down created pandemonium. You created harm. Legacy Alliance is about doing no harm. We're about love and helping people so they don't have to go back to those streets. I've never been so disappointed in my life. But let me tell you, I didn't buy into the hype because I lived that politics. So I stayed in the trenches, me and Jesse. And while everybody was trying to close us down and say all these things, we kept it running. Why did we keep it running? Because we believe in the program. The program's working. Ask these people. But what really disgusts me, what really has gotten to me, we had a few disgruntled employees. We made some changes. And one of them employees has even went to the county. And what disappoints me about that is he's calling my clients and telling them, get out and run, the doors are closing. That information, I am also a certified drug and alcohol counselor too. That information is confidential. And once you leave an employment agency, you're not to take the information with you and then use it against my people. I'm just, all I can say, man, is that I came up here to really say that. I needed to say that. Legacy Alliance is a viable program. Now I got parole pulling my guys out based on this rhetoric that's being taught. They're pulling them out and placing them other places. Some of them as far as LA. You're flipping their lives. They just got out of prison. They're learning how to navigate. We teach that. And now you're flipping their lives up again based on this rhetoric. I had a parole officer read me a memo and show me a flyer about resources. If you cared about the resources, you'd have left them alone because they were getting all the resources they needed. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up is Brian. The only name I have on the tag that says Brian.
How y'all doing?
Good, Brian.
My name is Brian Scoggin. I'm here as a client of Legacy Alliance, and I just wanted to say that without them, my life would be a mess. I was on probation as well as parole when I came through those doors and had several overdoses from fentanyl. I'm currently an addict in recovery, and without them, I absolutely would probably be back out there doing the same exact thing. These people help those people you see on your drive to work in the morning, those people you see on the side of the road pushing strollers, those people you see talking to themselves. These are the people that they reach out to, the people that they help, the people that they give that stepping stone to, from whether it be an addict in recovery, whether it be homeless, whether it be formerly incarcerated. These are the individuals that are helping those members of your community that seem so very lost. So I know the mantra of Modesto is water, wealth, contentment, health. This is the health right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next up is Nestor Narhano.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm just gonna make it short. I just gotta agree with everybody here. I mean, I sort of got pushed into Legacy Alliance upon paroling, and I haven't left ever since I've been there. So I mean, it's taught me a lot. I do now work for them, and I mean, I'd be lost without them. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Last name of Andros.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
My name is Cuauhtémoc Andres. I'm speaking on behalf of Legacy Alliance. I am formerly incarcerated. I just got out, not even 90 days. I did a life term. Legacy Alliance has taught me a lot on how to navigate a new life. I feel like I was newborn. I was a newborn coming into this program. It caused a lot of panic, what was said. A lot of things could have happened. But we held steady because of what they teach us here. They teach us a lot. And how to survive. And how to go with the flow. And how to be pro-social. Teach us about relationships. About anger. And how to control our anger. And how to manage it. I did 27 and a half years in prison on a life term. I went in when I was 23 years old. I'm 52. I just got out. I'm new out here. They provided me with an employment which I lost due to this chaotic episode that just happened. But it's all right. I know how to handle that because my brothers and sisters here, we held it steady. And we're gonna fight this, and we're gonna stay strong. I ask here to let us live, to let us strive for what we want. We all have dreams that we want to accomplish. I too want to become a drug and alcohol counselor soon here so I can help the community. And as we have mentioned here, as the people you've seen on the street pushing those strollers and walking, we help those people. We have a team of peer support mentors that provide that assistance for them. And all that was taken away, but not really, because we're still here. Even without pay, we're still here because we believe in the process. We believe in the program. I am here as an example that yes, we can. Si se puede. I did a life term, changed my life around. Legacy Alliance has provided me with that stepping stone in my career of what I want to accomplish in my new life. Please examine that and take note that we're here And we humbly ask that you take us into consideration in what is said, all these rumors, all these things that's said about legacy. We're here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Arturo.
Good evening. My name is Arturo, and a few years ago, I was homeless in San Francisco. I was that guy that they keep talking about, the people they reach out to, the homeless person with the shopping cart. I'm the guy with the shopping cart. And they brought me to San Francisco. I mean, they brought me from San Francisco here to Modesto. And all I wanted at that time was my smile back, because I used to carry a pair of pliers and I used to pull my teeth out because they were all rotted and there was nowhere to get help from. And I used to pull my teeth out. I used to walk around with like 15 teeth in my pocket, like if it was some kind of badge of honor or something. Like I was trying to stay tough is what I was doing, but falling apart. And Mr. Michael Baldwin, who started this program, he found me in San Francisco. And he had known me when we went through a process of recovery together, and he brought me here and said, let me help you. Well, the next day I did call for help, and they brought me out here, and they found some people, I believe from one of the community groups here. I'm not sure if it was Rotary Club or something, and somebody donated $7,500 to give me my smile back. I'm very grateful for that. They also welcomed me back, and I had a relapse, and they brought me back here again, and they didn't give up on me. As a matter of fact, after I came back, I had another relapse, and they still didn't give up on me. And they said, we're not going to give up on you. You'll have to give up on yourself, but we're never going to keep. The door opens both ways, man. When you're ready to come back, we're ready to help you. Well, my last relapse was January 3rd, and I saw the ugliness again, and I didn't want to return to it. So I gave up smoking. I gave up drugs that day. I've been lifting weights, and I just graduated from Trucking Academy. So I have a lot to be grateful for. One of them is the safe environment I live in, the roof over my head, the place I can call, I can have carpet under my feet. But the last thing I hope I can leave for you folks is that they told me a long time ago that if I didn't continue to embrace change, that I could end up on a corner asking for some again. And I believe that's true. Thank you.
Thank you, Arturo. What is it, the same?
Yeah, it's two the same name.
Okay. Salamona, same one. Oh.
Good evening. My name is Solomona. And I was going to write something, but that's not me. So I'm going to just speak from the heart. Michael Baldwin said we're under fire, and it's true. I just don't understand why. We help the community. We are the community. So I don't get all this. Where I'm from, I was just released out of prison September 1st, 2023. And I lived a life full of violence. That's the type of stuff I thrive on, man. I loved it. So when I got out of prison, I ran into my old friend. He brought me to Legacy Alliance. I was only looking for a job because I don't care about nothing else. But he brought me here, and you know what? I never seen a program like this ever. Not now, not ever. In no other counties. But man, this right here has given me, I have choices. You know, I'm from that gang life. I'm from that hood life. I got family members, siblings that are still in it. But I wish programs like this existed in those counties, because my family wouldn't be in it now. But we need your help. We can't do this ourselves. Yeah, you can sit there and listen to people talk, whatever. I don't really care, honestly. You know, I know what we do. The people know what we do. You know, there's a reason why they do call us hope dealers. Because we deal in hope, not dope. You know, I wish people, you know, when I was getting out of prison, I loved it. I was like, damn. I didn't even know what that word was. Hope? The hell is that? For people like me, there's actually hope? Damn, that's crazy. I never knew that, man, until I ran into Michael Bowen. He taught me different ways, man. Broke me down inside out. I don't gotta be that guy no more. I don't gotta be violent. We have choices in life, man. The people we serve, we love those people. Y'all trying to take us out? I don't know why. We are the community. We just ask you for your help. Back us up, man. Otherwise, it's people like me gonna be running the streets. I guess that's the type of stuff y'all like. But we trying to change people's ways, man. That they don't gotta be like that no more. We could walk alongside them. I never knew that there's people like this out here. Because my first thought was going back to prison. That's honestly my first thought. When I got out of prison, I started thinking negative. Was like, hey man, you know what? There ain't nothing, that's all I'm good for. Go cause a crime and go back, go visit. We used to call it visiting the homies. But nah, man, they taught me that there's more to life, bro. I'm serious, man. People like us, people like them, they need it. Programs like this. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Next up is Darnell Green.
Hello everyone, my name is Darnell Green, and I'm from here. Born and raised here in Modesto, California, on the west side. Ex-gang member, been in prison all my life. Just came home after doing 27 years and was able to come home to this. After brick by brick, rebuilding myself, I was able to come home and share with the community, the new me. So now I work with the youth, helping them find who they are, working through their underlying issues, navigating them through life, going into juvenile halls, supporting them at their court dates, and being there, reflecting on, I never had nobody there when I was going through the system. So somebody to understand what they're going through or what I went through is a beautiful thing, and this is what I do. We support the community, anybody. It's bad out there, but I'm out there every day in them neighborhoods, sharing my testimony, letting them know about the new person that I am, and I'm bringing them home, out them streets. It's a new world. Half the people I know are dead, and the rest of them are homeless in the same neighborhood park that I grew up in, and it hurts me. I was sick before, so I understand it. So, as a community, we have to lean into each other. We have to tap into each other. I am a bridge of the community, as well as the law enforcement. I am willing to help in any aspect of life when it's dealing with this community. Half of my family come to Legacy Alliance. I've had the honor and the pleasure to reach out to the resources and get them housing, whether it's at the Salvation Army, until they can get into the Kansas house, until they can get into their own place. Because they only gonna reflect on who I am. I'm like-minded. So I don't understand what the situation is. The only thing I'm here to say is this, that we need each other. We need each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Darnell. Next up is Kathy Dew.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kathy Dew. I live in Turlock. I'm here to speak tonight about We Care. I will not go over what Daniel Miller went over with his letter. Excellent speech. He laid it all out. Everything is true, 100%. He didn't say that he is the president of our Turlock Democratic Club in Turlock. I am a Democratic activist down in Turlock. I do a lot of work. I help with the community garden. I help with Turlock Gospel Mission, Salvation Army. I'm really committed to making our town a better place, a more forgiving place, a place where everybody feels that they're welcome and that we have a good town for everybody, homeless, business people, everybody. And that is why it is so infuriating to me that just due to a 3-2 vote on the city council, that they refuse to support the We Care program. They are willing to let it fail. They are willing to cut out half of its operating budget just out of spite, just because they want them to take over a couple of responsibilities like installing a daytime toilet, which, by the way, if they install it at the We Care shelter, it's quite a distance away from the downtown area. People would have to walk to get to that toilet, to use it. It just doesn't make sense to me to make that requirement. And then secondly, they also said, well, county, you didn't tell us what you wanted to use, how you wanted the money used. What is the purpose of that money? Is it just going to be used for, I don't know, parties? No. The night of the city council meeting, Vito Chesia said, this is what the money is going to be used for. This is where it's coming from. It is already set aside. All we need is that letter of support from the city and $1. And they denied it, and I don't understand why. Now, I would love to see each and every one, Manny, Terry, Jody, Buck? Thomas, no, you're you're councilman, and Chance, and Vito, call our city council, weigh in your opinion. What? You're denying a letter of support because you want a toilet and you want to make cleaning up the downtown area Their responsibility? Well, that's not their responsibility. It's the city's responsibility. And by the way, one more thing. That night, a question was asked of the police chief. So if We Care closes down and all these homeless people at night and during the day are going to get pushed back out from where they are currently having a shelter to sleep in, Police Department, what is your plan to take care of these individuals? Are you going to roust them out? Are you going to go to their encampments and push them out of town? What are you going to do with them? And the police chief had no answer. There was no plan. This was fly by the seat of your pants. And I know that this is edging on conspiracy theory, but I have to say it. It was a 3-2 vote. Republicans against Democrats. 2 Democrats that voted to support this letter. 3 Republicans said, no letter, not $1. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is a push to eliminate opportunities to give shelter to the unhoused, an opportunity to make them look bad because they're messing up our streets. I think it's an opportunity for them to just say, we don't want the homeless in Turlock. Shoo, go away. We don't want you here. But we have homeless shelters for men, homeless shelters for women and children, Salvation Army, which is taking care of needs and training, okay? And we have Good Samaritan, which provides, is that my time?
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Which provides lunches all over the county. Okay, so there is a commitment in our town to take care of the shelter and the feeding needs of the homeless. I'd like to continue that in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next up is Lois Singleton.
How you doing, Supervisors?
Good.
I'm with Legacy Alliance Outreach. I'm also employed by them. And like most of my brothers and sisters in the program, I would consider us the ones that nobody wants. Except for we want each other. We want a place to operate. We want a place to grow. I come from a long line of drug addicts and people that have been incarcerated. I'm from Stockton, California. I did a 12-year bid, and I came home, and I was a scared little boy and didn't know what to do in this world. I had nobody to walk me through it, nobody to show me how to do simple things like live, pay rent, do all of these things. So I fell to drugs, and I have been battling with drugs and incarceration ever since. I've been on probation or parole or in the system since 13 years old. About a year ago, I wouldn't even be able to stand up here and have a conversation with you guys. I was incoherent. I was crawling down Yosemite Street in the middle of the street thinking I was in a music video in the middle of fields doing concerts that nobody was at, thinking people were stealing my money. What Legacy Alliance has done for me, they have gave me cognitive restructuring. They have taught me how to think critically, think logically. They gave me a safe place to be safe, to be me. They loved me when my own family didn't love me. Every door I ever had was closed on me. My family didn't know what to do with me. They wrote me off as a lost cause. Parole didn't know what to do with me. I came to this county trying to get away from Stockton just to have a chance at life. I tried other programs. I wasn't successful in them. I came to this program. I found success there. I love myself. I love others. I trust people. This was not something that I did easily. I tried to poke holes in everything Michael Baldwin said, what the program stood for. I was looking for the hustle, what was going on, what's really going on. And it was never there. All these people do is love people. They love the ones that no one wants. The ones that you walk by and they're an eyesore. You feel bad for them, but you don't want to spend the time to talk to them. We talk to them. We walk with them through life. There's people in here that I've got to take shopping after doing 30 plus years and walk with them and have the joy of walking with them as they go shopping through a supermarket and see their face light up at all the choices that they got, all the different brands of cereal. Go with people to go get their Social Security. Scared. They ain't gonna tell you they're scared, but I know because I've been there where they're at. I only did 12 years. So what we do over here is groundbreaking. There's no other program that's doing what we do, and we just want a place to love each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Joe Nova? No, Nava? Nava. Sorry about that.
Wasn't ready for this. Hello, I'm Joe Nava. I'll say in 2018 I started going in and out of jail. And then that was the time I got addicted to methamphetamine. Then I went to prison, I did 2 years, and I got out, and I had no idea where I was going to go or sleep. I was living in the streets, and then I was introduced to Michael Baldwin and Legacy Alliance, and they gave me a place to stay, and I've been going to college full time. My grades are great. I have B's and A's. They gave me the chance to focus on school instead of focus on where I'm going to sleep every day. They gave me the opportunity to build myself, to be a good person to society again. And I thank this program, and I hope it keeps going. And we just need your help to continue, because if I can become a better person, they can help others become a better person. And thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next up is Dawson.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Dawson. I'm with the Legacy Alliance program. I'm formerly incarcerated inmate. I did 37 years in state of California State Prison for murder. While I was in prison, I did 6 vocational trades. I became a certified substance use disorder counselor, and I became aware of the Legacy Alliance program here in Modesto, California. I used to live up in the top of California in Crescent City, and I'm part of the Yurok Indian tribe up there in Klamath, California. I could have paroled to Klamath, California. They offered me a job at the Coming Home House, and I could have been a counselor, and I could have made money doing that. But I was afraid that being around my family, which was very dysfunctional, would have a detrimental effect on my life. And I became aware of this program, and I've known Mike Baldwin, Jesse Cecina, John, and a few other people that worked there, and they told me about this program. And it seems like the best and healthiest way that I could keep going with the change that was created while I was in prison out here on the streets. So I paroled here to Modesto, California, and I started working as a driver. I started helping facilitate groups for people. And in the morning, homeless people come to the door. They get to go to the closet where they have clothing there for people. They can go to groups throughout the day, Monday through Friday. They have some groups at night also. They have transitional housing for people that are homeless, for people that are coming out of prison, like myself. I live in a transitional house right now that's provided by Legacy Alliance. They're not charging me any money. Since I've been out, I've been able to get myself a truck. I pay cash for it, on a motorcycle. I have money in my pocket. I have a wife now, and I'm doing very well in the community. And like some of the others have said, there's a lot of homeless people. If you go right out there on the street, you're going to see them just about on every corner. Every day those people, a lot of them, not all of them, but they come over there to that program, and some of them, like the ones that are sitting here that have testified that they've changed their lives by coming to this program. And I see it every day. Every day somebody comes through that door and some of them are shaking, they need to be detoxed, and there are people there to help them. They got program managers that take them in, try to make a treatment plan for them, see what kind of needs they have, and they try to help them. Now, Legacy Alliance doesn't ask for money from these people, so we do the best we can to try to help people with what we got. And I'm just coming and testifying today, my own personal experience to you, so that you'll know a little bit more and have some insight through my lens of how I see things. And thank you for listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Lorenzo Vargas.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Lorenzo Vargas. When I was 20 years old in 1981, I was incarcerated at that age. There was payphones in every corner. We didn't have this. We didn't have no VCR, none of that. I got out July 2nd. I did 44 years, okay? 20 of those years, I got into rehabilitation in there. I started facilitating groups, programs for people in there because somebody brought me back to life. And when I came back to life, I wanted to do the same. So I hunger to come out here to society to help others, to bring them back to life. Because when you're not educated, you don't understand who you are as a human being, the senses and the values you have as a human being, that we have to coexist as humans. If you don't understand these values, and somebody does, and I do, that's what I try to do to others, help others like I was helped. So I'm from Los Angeles. I have a family over there. I have 4 sisters, my sons, my family. I could have went over there, but I choose to come here. I have no family here. When I walk in through these doors, and I met Michael Baldwin and all these gentlemen and ladies, they clothed me, they housed me, they fed me, and I had a place to sleep. So they got transportation. I got my ID, California ID. I got my Social Security, my birth certificate. I got a job now. I got my license. I got my own vehicle, you know. And today, I don't have to be in Legacy Alliance. I could be at work. I could be anywhere. And if I run into somebody that needs some advice, some understanding, because they don't understand themselves, for this lack of education, as I did at one time, I'm there for them, you know. It doesn't cost me nothing. It gives me more strength of myself as a human being, knowing that I could die someday, knowing that I did something great and gave back to society, you know. We're here to fight crime through education. We're not the police, but we're here to educate people. I could see the crime has went down in the communities where we're at because the people come out and greet us and thank us. So that's our effort. We're not here to harm anybody. We're here to make others and teach people how to become good citizens of this community. You know, whatever's going on, the politics, the hearsay and all this and that, we're not trying to get distracted by that. But what we're asking is that you give us the opportunity to continue to grow, to keep this community safe, to help one another. It's not only about us, it's about other people, but we train people to help other people. And that's our main goal. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. That was my last public speaking card. Are there any other folks out in the audience that would like to make a public comment before we move on? Come on up. Please just state your name for the record.
My name is Raul Rivera, and I'm also a member of Legacy Alliance.
Could you just say your name one more time?
Raul Rivera.
Raul, thank you.
I could only say what everybody said right there. I went through the same experiences, and the only thing is that this program, unlike other programs, met me to where I was at. It allowed me to grow and to build myself back up at my own pace. And even though I had setbacks, they never gave up on me. They helped me to keep on going. They showed me how to be accountable for my actions. They showed me how to be responsible. They showed me how to get back into life, start paying bills again, and they gave me the opportunity to do that. They provided me a job, somewhere to stay, and I never did life in prison, but I did it in the installment plan. 13 terms, and this is the longest I've been out. You know, I was out there as smoking meth. I heard voices in my head and everything else. I never thought I would be back, but God led me to this place, and I went to Nevada. I did Prop 36. I did all those programs, and none of them worked. But this place gave me the tools I needed. This place right here, Legacy Alliance, provided for me a place to where I could grow at my own pace. And right now I have a full-time job. This is the longest I've been out of jail in forever. And hopefully in the next month or so, I'll have my own apartment. I haven't had my own apartment since 2005. And that's what I'm working on right now. And I'm thankful to God and to Legacy Alliance. That's all.
Thank you, Rob. Any others that would like to make public comment? Come on up.
How you doing? I'm Donald Deutsch, formerly incarcerated. My story is similar to almost everybody's. My only difference is that I'm not from California. I did a life term in California. But when I was released in November, I did not want to be at Legacy Alliance. I didn't want to be in California. But they stuck with me. Struggled the same technology I didn't know. I spent 44 years total. 14, I got out for 2 months, and I spent 30 more. And Mike's mentioned quite often, and the fact is he's been a godsend for me as a human being. That's all I know. Everybody in here, like when I got here, I was super institutionalized. I didn't want to be around them. But I'm dressing in white clothes tonight. I used to wear a hoodie all the time. I tried to hide from people. And my story is similar. I had to get a birth certificate. I had to get a driver's license, a social security card. Just learn how to shop, learn how to spend money, learn how to bank, just learn. And I had more difficulty than most because everything I needed was in New Jersey, and New Jersey did not make it easy for me to get any of my documents. I just want to make sure that you understand that this Legacy Alliance outreach is more about a community service. They help everybody. It's Hope Dealer, it means Hope Dealer. I've been sober for over 10 years, and I have an opportunity to move on in 2 weeks. I have done my required 6 months in transitional housing. I have no intention of leaving Modesto, none. I have no intention of leaving Legacy Alliance. I want to stay as long as they'll have me. They've made my life easier, better, more productive, and more meaningful. I don't know the politics about getting money, how that works, but they've been doing it for the last month and a half on their own, without funding. And they've never closed a door. They've never turned anybody away. And I still have a place to lay my head every night. So I just want to let you know that I appreciate Legacy Alliance. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Donald. Others who would like to make a comment, come on up. If you would, just go ahead and line up.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Randy Merrill. I've been graced and honored with the opportunity to be a part of Legacy Alliance Outreach with Michael Baldwin. I was born in Modesto, right here at Doctor's Hospital. I'm a former construction worker, but I'm also a formerly incarcerated individual as well. I spent my time in prison. When I got out on the streets, I sucked I sought out my family, and I was like, I need support. My family, they took me in for a little while, but they couldn't understand me. I was too wild, too mean, I guess you could say. So they kicked me out. I ended up being out on the streets, homeless, and I reached out to God, and I said, Jesus Christ, you're my Father in heaven, and I know you got a plan for me. I need purpose in my life. I'm empty inside. I'm void. I have no family, no friends. I have nowhere to live. I need guidance. And the very next day, I walked in the Salvation Army, and they directed me to the building down the street that was known as the Redeemer, is now Legacy Alliance Outreach. And I met Michael Baldwin and all my LAO family there. And I knew in that moment that God had led me to that place for a reason. I learned the 12 steps in the Cycle of Addiction program with the help of my peers and my family members, my brothers and sisters. They taught me to rethink my thinking, to play the tape through, and that anger and violence and drugs is not the answer, that hope and redemption and healing is the answer, and that we can support each other as a family, and that no matter what happens, we're always there for each other. They brought me to a place where I found purpose. I have a full-time job now. I have a place to lay my head at night. I pray every day, and I have gratitude for the city of Modesto and for this program and for the resources that we provide to others. I've seen personally the efficacy of this program happen in front of my very eyes. I've seen the transformation of people that have come off the streets just like I did. And who they were before and who they are now is night and day. You don't even recognize those people anymore. The way they speak is different. The way they think is different. The way they live their lives and present themselves to the community is different. They're now productive members of society for the better, for the good. And I love every moment that I get to spend here with my LAO family, and I hope it never ends. And I appreciate your guys' support for the future of this program. Because not only me, but other people in the future that are going to walk through those doors is going to need the programs we have to change their lives, to become better, productive members of this community. And I can't wait to see it happen and continue to happen. I appreciate your guys' time, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Any others that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close. Oh, we got one, I'm sorry. Got a little too quick on that.
Hi, I'm Margarita. I want to say Legacy Alliance, they really do help a lot of people, coming out of the streets and coming out of jail and, all that. I was really bad. I'm alcoholic, or I was alcoholic, a bad alcoholic. I was a dealer. I was, all the nasty stuff. And Legacy Alliance has helped me a lot, and we need this program to help people. So, thank you.
Thank you, Marguerite. Anyone else? Okay. I think it was the last. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and we'll be moving on to consent calendar. Any board member like to pull any consent calendar?
Thank you. Thank you, guys. This is just a few.
Be careful.
No, not yet. I was just giving time for people to clear. I got dinged on that on my eval. All right, before the board takes action on the consent calendar, does anyone in the audience wish to provide public comment on any matter on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Motion approved.
I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion, a first and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Go.
Just real quick, right before we take our break, I do want to recognize we have our new Animal Services Director for Stanislaus County here with us. This little yap right here, she's from Texas, and she's joined us, and we're so happy to have you with us, Lily. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Lily. We're going to take 5 minutes. Discussion items, approval to accept the 2024 Public Health Annual Report, Health Services Agency. Heather Duvall.
Good evening.
Dr. Papa.
Can you hear me? A little bit? Okay, thank you. My name is Heather Duvall. I'm the Managing Director of the Health Services Agency, and I'm very happy to be here tonight. I was waiting for them. Okay, thank you. Very happy to be here tonight to present the Public Health Annual Report and an update on the health initiative. With me is Dr. Thea Papazozomenos, our Public Health Officer. He told me foolproof, and no, there we go. We're here during the month of April this year. We've returned, in the past we've been coming and doing this report during the month of April, and then for a period of time we changed, and we're doing it a little bit later in the year. But we really are happy to be here now because last week was National Public Health Week. It is a very important time for us to highlight the work of the Public Health Department and our staff. Last week we kicked it off our first day with Your Health is Our Mission. The graphic there shows the 5 different days of the week and the themes there. And we had our Public Health All-Staff meeting, and I have to say thank you very much to Mr. Hayes for coming and doing a presentation. Our staff greatly appreciate hearing from you, and it was a great time for them to celebrate their successes and really highlight some of the great work that's been done. This year we also changed a little bit how we're presenting the data. The data that Dr. Papa will present is based on calendar year data, and so in past years we've been able to do a little bit of comparison. We're not going to do that because we've changed from fiscal year to calendar year to ensure we have the latest and finalized data. But going forward, that will allow us to show some more trends.
Hello. So this slide is we're comparing. For some of these slides, we're going to be comparing in the darker blue California with Stanislaus data in the teal color. And this particular slide is looking at indicators that examines health behaviors as well as some other determinants of health in our community. So looking at this slide, they're looking at some of the different indicators. There are many areas of improvement. So for instance, looking at the prevalence of adult smoking in our community, we are higher than California as a whole, 14% to 9%. During this talk, I will sometimes reference something called Healthy People 2030. Healthy People is 2030. These are data-driven national public health objectives that are set by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Office of Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, and they set these health objectives to improve health and well-being over the next decade. So every decade they have a new target set of goals. So for Healthy People 2030, the next target for adult smoking, they set a target of 6.1%. So a lot of room to go there. There's also room to go for improvement with physical inactivity compared to California. But for some of these other indicators, we are on par with California with access to exercise opportunities, with food insecurity, limited access to healthy food. I will touch upon, obviously there's some disparity with the opioid-related deaths, and I will touch upon that in another slide. This slide shows the impact of some of those health behaviors and other social determinants of health on chronic diseases, such as heart disease and diabetes, and how we compare to California. So we also see some other health indicators, such as all cancer death rates, heart disease, as well as sexually transmitted infection rates. So for STIs, overall we are comparable to California. But if we dive deeper into the data, if we look at specific STIs, such as syphilis, we sometimes see problem areas. I do want to highlight that for heart disease, we have higher mortality and morbidity compared to California, as well as with our all-cancer age-adjusted rates. So looking at the all-cancer death rate, nationally rates are actually somewhat higher than we would see here in California as a whole, but still a little bit lower than what we have here in Stanislaus County. In 2023, the national rate was 141.8. So a little bit higher than California, but we are still above that. The Healthy People 2030 target for all cancer death rate is 122.7 per 100,000. So there is a lot of room for improvement. I do want to say that just looking at trends over the last 30 years, the risk of dying from cancer has steadily declined in the U.S. So that's a good thing. However, the American Cancer Society reports that for some cancers, the incidence or new cancers, there are some increases in certain populations. So for example, with colon cancer, we're seeing that we're seeing more younger people who are developing colon cancer or are being diagnosed with colon cancer. Next slide. So this slide is looking at our top 5 age-adjusted causes for contributing to our overall death rate for 2023. So if we look actually at our total, this breaks it down by different types or groups. If we look at our total or all-cause age-adjusted death rate, it's the total for Stanislaus County in 2023 was 900, about 900. And if we compare that with the overall age-adjusted death rate for California, it's 655, so much lower. So when we break these down, if we go through them, I didn't put the comparison with California, but we probably, we could include that at some other, in another report. But I would say that for each of these, our death rate is higher than California for each of these groups. So we definitely have some room for improvement. I also want to just go back to our overall death rate, and I would say that if you look at the overall trends in death rate, so for 2023 for California, essentially when you look at the all death rate, we saw an increase during the pandemic years. That death rate increased during the pandemic years, starting in 2020, and then finally in 2023, it started to come down again. And it actually, for California, went back to where it was pre-pandemic. In Stanislaus County, we also saw that same increase during the pandemic years, but it still hasn't, and it has started to decrease, but it's not back to where it was before the pandemic, our overall death rate. So we're still catching up a little bit from that, but we are trending downward from where we were at the height of the pandemic. So looking at this slide, the top causes are heart disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, and injuries. So this sort of mirrors or similar to national data. For national data, the top 3 causes are heart disease, cancer, and unintentional injuries. Our group of injuries here is actually a little more broad. It includes a lot. It's sort of like a catch-all. It includes things like road injuries, drug overdose, from poisonings or substance use disorders, non-drug poisonings, falls. But it also includes things like suicide and self-harm and homicide or interpersonal violence. So that's, next slide, please. This slide is looking at our opioid overdose data. So as we know, opioids are a big issue impacting the health of our community, our state, and our nation. And although public health does not directly oversee the drug prevention and treatment programs in this county, public health does assess the impact of these issues in our community. Together with BHRS and other community partners, we have an active role in the Stanislaus County Opioid Safety Coalition. So the graphs on this page or on the slide are covering the time period 2017 through 2023. For 2023, our opioid in Stanislaus County, so Stanislaus County is the lighter color again, the teal color, and then California is the darker blue color. So you can see that starting in, we started to see a big increase in our opioid overdose rates, both in California and Stanislaus County. But then we sort of kind of separated out, and we started having higher opioid overdose death rates. And this mirrors what we're seeing with the fentanyl. So fentanyl is a synthetic opioid, and our death rates from fentanyl are very similar. So our death rates from opioid are driven by the fentanyl crisis. So for 2023, our Stanislaus County's opioid death rate was 25.4 per 100,000, compared to 18.4 for California as a whole. So I also want to point out on the second graph on the right, we looked at, this is also looking at trend data, and it's breaking it down by our the ethnicities which make up the majority of the population in Stanislaus County, which are white residents as well as Hispanics. And we can see that there's actually, we can see that the white community has higher opioid overdose death rates compared to Hispanic and Latinos. I do want to actually just point out on the bright side, this data goes up until 2023. It does not cover 2024, but I will say that we've heard that the Stanislaus County coroner data has been finalized for 2024 and recently, and this shows that Stanislaus County actually did show a downturn in the drug opioid overdoses in 2024 compared to 2023. So we're very pleased with that, and there's been a lot of dedicated and hard work that has been put into in terms of outreach, education to the community, and just making life-saving medications like Narcan readily available, that we hope or we assume are hopefully behind some of that downturn. Next slide. This slide is looking at our age-adjusted deaths related to suicide or caused by suicide. So you can see on the right that compared to California, our rates of suicide per 100,000 in 2023 were higher. I would say that so we had 12 per 100,000 compared to California, which was about 10. For healthy people 2030, the target is 12.8 per 100,000, so we are below that. And then also looking on the left side, this is breaking it down, our suicide-related death rates in 2023 by male and female, and that we can see a significant difference in the suicide death rates that are more heavily impacting males. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is looking at some of our community health indicators, or our health indicators related to maternal and child health. Overall, we are relatively close to the state. Some of our indicators are better, some are worse. I'll just point out a few. So for example, with adequate prenatal care, we're comparable to California. This means that our expectant mothers to be are accessing prenatal care in the first trimester, which is bodes well for the rest of the pregnancy and lays a good foundation. Also, looking at our teen births, that number obviously you can see that our teen birth rate for 15 to 19-year-olds, California does fare worse than California. But I would say that nationally we have seen decreasing teen birth rates since 1991. And although our county rates are higher than for California and nationally overall, this is also trending downward. I do want to touch upon just one thing, the infant mortality rate. So the Healthy People 2030 target for infant mortality was 5 per 1,000 live births. And our infant mortality, approximately 5, is worse than the state, which is about 3.7. When I looked further at the data, breaking it down, like I looked at the infant mortality rates by our two major population groups, Hispanics and whites. And our Hispanic population, our infant mortality was very close to the overall California rate and very close to the California Hispanic rate. But our infant mortality in Stanislaus County whites was much higher than the California rate as well as California whites. For example, our Stanislaus County infant mortality rate among whites is 6.2, and this is much higher than the California whites, where it's 2.9. So for some reason, we need to delve further into that. Next slide, please. Okay, and this slide is looking at just a little bit further information on our maternal health information. This is looking at percentage of low birth weights or births that have low birth weight. California and Stanislaus County are comparable. And then we broke it down also by race, ethnicity, and we can see that increased low birth weight babies among Asians and blacks. So it just shows the benefit of stratifying the data or breaking the data down so we can target interventions to those groups that are more heavily impacted.
Thank you. Now I'm going to provide a little bit of information about what some of the work that we're doing to hopefully improve some of the numbers that Dr. Papa was just sharing about. Public Health Division is required to develop a strategic plan. It's one of the 3 requirements of public health accreditation. We're currently going through a re-accreditation process, and we'll have all those documents submitted and uploaded by June, so we're working diligently on this. So we are in full implementation mode on the strategic plan. We have 4 priority areas. Advancing community health and well-being is one of the key foundational areas of public health. With this area, we've collaborated with local hospitals, Medi-Cal managed care plans, and others to develop a community health assessment that I'll touch on just a little bit later. Our priority 2 was communicating effectively and intentionally. With this area, we worked with the California Department of Public Health to improve some of the messaging that they had going to the community about lead prevention to make it more culturally appropriate and specific to the needs of our community. Priority 3 is fostering a diverse, inclusive, and skilled workforce. We've revised our public health workforce development plan to include and integrate new learning management so we can capture the work that our staff is doing to improve core competency assessments and succession planning for public health staff. Pardon me. Our priority 4 is achieving operational excellence. This is an area that we're very proud in. We've invested heavily in staff training around results-based accountability, and we've implemented a performance and quality accountability system. This is just an internal dashboard to demonstrate how we have translated the RBA scorecards, if you will, to look at the work we're doing and discern how much are we doing, how well are we doing it, and who's better off. One of our priority areas is supporting children and families, as you all are well aware. Through our strong partnership with healthcare providers, schools, and community organizations, we're working to improve access to healthy foods and nutrition education, providing support through programs like Women, Infants, and Children and California Children's Services, educating on lead poisoning, and creating tailored health plans to impact maternal and child health. I hope you can see that this work really does tie back to the data that we're monitoring, and we're working very hard to improve those results. And during this past fiscal year, 980 children received comprehensive care for chronic conditions by the CCS program. We had 579 car seats inspected, with 254 of them that were unsafe and were replaced, and that's done with our partners with Safe Kids Coalition. We had over 19,000 women, infants, and children receiving nutrition education and breastfeeding support through the WIC program monthly. We're covering a lot of area there. 179 files were reviewed, and children were helped in foster care to manage their medication. And over 2,700 home visits were done with 339 families where we're really delving in. Public health nurses are going to the home and providing training and guidance on improving maternal, child, and adolescent health. Policy systems and environmental change is an area that is very important to our work. We have learned over the years that individual education and behavior change is very important, but to sustain lasting change, to address the root causes of health disparities and promote upstream health, we really need to look at environmental changes. Some of the areas that we're doing this is in order to make healthier choices easier and more accessible. Some of that works including 25 early childhood educators were trained on toothbrushing and fluoride varnish application. This is important because then those folks are working at Head Start and Migrant Head Start providing those services, and so it's a ripple effect. 76 hospital-grade pumps were loaned through a partnership that the WIC program developed with Doctors Medical Center. So mothers with children that are in the NICU, neonatal intensive care unit, are able to get a breast pump to quickly begin their breastfeeding process and to provide the best nutrition for their children. We had 150 retailers surveyed in Modesto. Of those 141 sold tobacco products, over 30% of them actually sold illegal flavored tobacco products. There's been a lot of work that you may be seeing about in the city of Modesto, and we're hoping that that continues in other areas to reduce those product availability. 39.5% of students in a Fruit Smarts nutrition education classes actually increase the amount of fruits and vegetables that they're consuming from this program. And lastly, we have a Parks RX program where we're really working to promote healthy park access. Our friends in planning have shared about this a little bit. We've worked with them at Oregon Park and have a website updated with top walking paths and information. Really looking for ways to get more physically active. Dr. Papa sadly shared on some of our poor outcomes, especially in chronic disease, and these are specific ways that we're trying to improve that. Under community partners, preparedness and capacity building, this is a lot of work of training partners. We've updated multiple public health emergency plans in order to be prepared. We have 12 volunteers recruited in the Medical Reserve Corps to assist us. 25 staff from hospitals, health centers, schools, and the Office of Education and Public Health became lactation education counselors. This is a similar example where we're training people and then they're going back into schools and other places, hospitals where they're working to provide this support. We provided 29 trainings to our partners to improve infection control in various facilities. 5 emergency preparedness plans, exercises were conducted, so we're not just writing the plans, we're exercising them and trying to get better in the implementation. And our last area is community outreach services. This is really to promote disease prevention and improve wellness. This is the work that we're tracking and analyzing disease trends to identify outbreaks and emergency threats. This is the work that our epidemiology staff is doing behind the scenes that you're not seeing on a daily basis, but they're watching that for us. We're implementing vaccination programs, educating the community on healthier lifestyles, and we've delivered timely and accurate public health information via health alerts, social media campaigns, and press releases, really sharing information. We distributed quit kits to folks interested in quitting tobacco use. 16 communicable disease outbreaks were addressed. We provided guidance and support to those facilities again. 32 mobile clinics for flu and COVID vaccines were held. Over 5,000 people vaccinations were administered either through those mobile clinics or at our clinic. 265 units of Narcan and 100 fentanyl test strips were also distributed. And we always try to give a little plug for our vital records staff who are working very diligently registering our births and deaths in the county. So we came to your board to talk about the health initiative a few months ago, and I would like to provide a little bit of an update about that. I'm very happy to share that through our partnership that I mentioned with the Medi-Cal Managed Care Plans and the local community hospitals, we did retain a consultant and have completed a community health assessment. It's almost ready to be posted. It just needs some cosmetics. But this community health status is really looking at secondary data, seeing what the health of the community looks like, and then talking with community about what's happening, what are their health needs and concerns. This was done through 15 focus groups, 455 community members surveyed, and 36 key informant interviews. The community health assessment will be posted on our website very soon, but at this time, we have identified 7 community health assessment priority areas, which are listed on the slide, and there is an information sheet on each of those that is currently posted on our website. And those are the top areas that the community identified as concerned, and we were able to identify in the data that was gathered. What we will do, and what we've been doing now with this data, is going back to the community and doing some data walks and data presentations to ensure this data resonates and what they said is in alignment. We're assessing ongoing efforts of our partners so that we can align and then have priority needs selected. This will be prioritized through a community-informed process that considers current partner efforts, potential for collective impact, and strategic alignment of resources to maximize community benefit. On April 28th, we will be bringing all those partners back together to look at the 3 to 4 priority areas that will be selected and begin to develop the strategies and identify the work that needs to be done and identify the different partners that can be doing that. We'll also be kicking off the Leadership Council that will provide the strategic oversight and leadership to this effort. We anticipate that in June or July, this will be the first meeting of that group. This will include membership from managed care plans, local health care executives, county leadership, education workforce partners, CBO, and representatives from each of your districts. The initial outreach for this has begun, and staff will be following up with you all to identify some potential participants in that effort. And that is the information we have for you today, and we'll happily entertain any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
No questions. Just looks like we have a lot of work to do. Some pretty grim statistics there as you kind of go through a lot of this stuff. And so it's great that we've got this initiative that we're going to do something about it, hopefully. And I'm just curious, you know, the death data, the slide back there about death data, the top 5 adjusted death, and we talked about our numbers versus the numbers in California. And I just wonder, besides all whatever issues there might be that are causing these things, I wonder if quality of care is one of these things. You know, individuals that get cancer, that you know, the treatment here, just again, not to point fingers at anybody, but I'm sure that has to have something to do with it. If somebody comes down with something here versus somebody that comes down and something that lives in somebody lives in Palo Alto, the quality of care, I'm sure, is just different, and affects those rates, I'm sure. So,
there may be, you know, there's always like individual situations or cases, but you know, some of it might be, you know, driven by like things like just access to care. You know, sometimes it can be, especially with specialist care, it seems like it can be very hard. It's a long way to get an appointment sometimes, it seems like. So that can, or that might be, you know, there may be things like that contribute to it. And people may be, you know, if they have to drive, you know, far to get care, they may be less likely to pursue it.
yeah. Anyway, just not very good news there, and hopefully our health initiative is going to make some progress here. I know we've been saying, it seems like I don't know how many years I've been sitting on here, 15 years. I'm looking around, and it seems like every time we get a report, it's depressing. The numbers it doesn't seem like we're getting better, so I'm expecting hopefully great things coming out of our health initiative here. Thank you guys for the report.
Any other?
So I think it's worth highlighting, and I for some reason my internet's not working. I was trying to pull up the actual health report that you had published, but it talks about the different communities and how Latinos have made real gains, except for during the COVID times, on the death rate, right? There's been an improvement against whites, and I always use, it's a relative word, improvements, because it's not against California, but they're doing better relative. It looks like the white population, the black population, no, let's see, Asian, we have black. I wish I could pull it up. I know we were talking about this beforehand, but there's been some, you know, some positive signs against someone who's a group that's been lagging.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some disparities among the different race ethnicities. That's one of the reasons why we think it's important to look at it. But it does, you know, there are some encouraging things where, for, you know, there are, I guess, a variety of reasons, but, you know, Hispanic and Latinos and Asians, for a lot of these, for heart disease in particular, have lower overall death rates.
Yeah. Thank you for the report.
On the community health matrix, the diabetes prevalence, that has come down just slightly. That has always been one that has been really pegged out, if I remember correct, comparatively speaking.
It has. I mean, I also did see that. You know, our team pulls the data. And I just want to say, because I actually did I tried to double check. When I looked at the data, you have to see sort of what, even though the data source may be, from a certain year, you have to look to see when they're pulling that data. So sometimes they're pulling it, like it might be multi-years and they're pulling it from an older data set. That's just the nature of the data. Like some of these things are not, it's hard to compile. It's not readily available every single year. So where they pull the data from is a little bit, you kind of have to check the source. But I did note that, and that was, a bright spot.
We'll take all the bright spots we can get.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to open up public comment. Does anybody out in the audience like to make public comment on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close it and bring it back to the board for any more comments and/or motion to accept.
Motion to move, accept.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Great presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, acknowledgement of the results of a seasonal air study conducted in Grayson, Monterey Park Tract, and Houston by the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. Linda.
All right. Well, good evening, Chairman Condrit, members of our board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bowes, and everyone in attendance tonight. I'm Linda Pinfold, Stanislaus County Agricultural Commissioner, and I want to thank you for this opportunity for tonight's presentation and discussion. I'm pleased to share an important collaborative effort that brought together California Department of Pesticide Regulation, also known as CDPR, the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, and the local environmental justice group, Valley Improvement Projects, also known as VIP. In September 2023, CDPR selected Stanislaus County to participate in the Seasonal Air Monitoring Study, an initiative grounded in both science and community partnership. Our county was selected based on high pesticide use between 2019 and 2021, as well as its ranking in CDPR's air program site selection report. Among the pesticides used during that time, 1,3-dichloropropene, commonly known as 1,3-D, was the most heavily applied, accounting for approximately 1/3 of the agricultural pesticides used in the county. What makes this study especially significant is that it marks the first time CDPR has focused specifically on fumigant pesticides in Stanislaus County.
Linda, we just hold you up for a minute. Is there something wrong with the?
This is wrong.
It's the wrong thing.
Yeah, that is the wrong one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's get that fixed.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So, from the outset, this project has emphasized transparency, community engagement, and a shared commitment to understanding what's in the air during peak pesticide use months, ultimately helping to protect the health and safety of our residents, our agricultural workforce, and the sustainability of our farming operations. One second. There you go. To carry out this study, CDPR worked closely with my office and VIP to identify 3 key monitoring locations: Grayson, Monterey Park Tract, and Houston. These sites were selected with the focus on proximity to schools, residential areas, and agricultural production areas. Community involvement was central to this process. With the help of VIP, CDPR held public meetings in each of the 3 communities to explain the study's goals and hear directly from residents. This open dialogue not only helped to shape the study, but also laid the groundwork for continued transparent communication about the results. The monitoring itself focused on 3 fumigants commonly used in production agriculture: 1,3-D, chloropicrin, and a group of chemicals collectively known as MITC fumigants. The goal was to measure the presence in ambient air during the high-use months of February through May 2024 and to share the findings with the public once the data was reviewed. To complete the circle of communication, CDPR has scheduled the following upcoming community meetings to share the results. The first will be on April 25th at 11:30 in the morning in Grayson. The second will be on April 28th at 4:30 in the afternoon in Monterey Park Tract. And the third will be on April 29th at 4 p.m. in Houston. This partnership reflects a broader commitment to balance, safeguarding environment, health, and community well-being while supporting our vital agricultural industry. It's a great example of what we can accomplish when we bring science, local knowledge, and community voices together. I want to express my sincere gratitude to CDPR for their hard, diligent work throughout this study, and Bianca Lopez with VIP for her outstanding efforts in working closely with CDPR, my office in the community, to support this important work. We're also appreciative of most of the host sites in Grayson, Monterey Park, and Houston for welcoming the monitoring equipment into their communities. Additionally, and I think very importantly, I want to recognize and thank the many growers and pest control businesses who strive to comply with pesticide use laws and regulations designed to protect the health and the environment. Pesticide use remains a necessary tool for growers to produce the crops that are vital to our local economy and, frankly, to put food on our plates. And we appreciate their efforts, these efforts to use these tools responsibly and in accordance with the law. As stewards of their lands, growers play a vital role in protecting natural resources, and their commitment to responsible practices is essential to advancing community well-being and promoting sustainable agriculture. And finally, thank you to everyone who's contributed their time, input, and support along the way. So tonight, we have Dr. Yvonne Delgado, Dr. Aniela Burant, and Branch Chief Min Pham here from CDPR's Environmental Monitoring Team here to present the study's results. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Delgado to walk us through the study's findings and the results. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Let me see if my clicker's working. It is. My name is Ivan Delgado, and I am a senior scientist at the Department of Pesticide Regulation, also known as DPR. For today's presentation, it's going to be divided into 4 main sections: introduction to DPR and the AIR program, the study background of Stanislaus, the results of the study, and the next steps and questions. Let's start with our mission. At DPR, the mission is to protect public health and the environment by fostering sustainable pest management and regulating pesticides. We advance our mission by evaluating pesticides for risk and impacts to people and the environment before they are registered for use in California. Also, fostering sustainable pest management, enforcing pesticide use laws with the county agricultural commissioners, and by continuously evaluating pesticides and mitigating risk. Now, within DPR, you have the wonderful AIR program. Part of DPR's continuous evaluation of pesticides, we collect air samples and measure pesticide concentrations in the air. We use computer models to help analyze this data, and we use the data to inform actions that mitigate risk associated with exposure to pesticides if risk is identified. Let's jump into the study background. DPR's AIR program was conducted from January 29 to May 10, 2024, in a span of 15 weeks. We measured the levels of 3 pesticides in the air, 4 days per week, from Monday through Friday. We set up monitors at 3 stations, in Grayson, in Monterey Park Tract, and Houston. Now, this was the first multi-community study our team has performed in Stanislaus County. Stanislaus County was selected due to high pesticide use from 2019 to 2021, pesticide use concerns within various communities in Stanislaus County. Now, the pesticides of interest. We tested the air samples for 1,3-dichloropropene, also known as 1,3-D or T-lone, chloropicrin, and methyl isothiocyanate, or we're just going to call it MITC. Each of these pesticides are soil fumigants and designated as both toxic air contaminants and restricted materials. Each pesticide in this study has established mitigation measures to reduce exposure because of potential to get into the air and potential toxicity. Soil fumigants are pesticides that turn into a gas in the soil to control pests. As gases, fumigants may move from the soil to the air at the application site and may move off-site as well. Toxic air contaminant is an air pollutant which may contribute to an increase in serious illness or mortality if exposure occurs above a specified screening thresholds or regulatory target. And restricted materials have more limitations on use and require a permit before use. In the 10-mile area surrounding these sites, 1,3-D are primarily used for as pre-plant for almonds and sweet potatoes, MITC as pre-plant for tomatoes, melons, and watermelons, and chloropicrin are primarily used as pre-plant for almonds and for transplant and other crops. Now here are just two common photos of fumigations, soil fumigations by two different, on the left we have a tractor using a shank method, and on the left we have a machinery using tarps to cover the soil. For the study design, the timing of the study was picked based on historical pesticide use surrounding Monterey Park Tract. Sample sites were selected based on community interests and pesticide use, as previously mentioned. And here is the aerial map of the three sampling locations. On the left, we have Grayson, and the middle, Monterey Park Tract, and to the right, we have Houston. And the red circle, it's depicting the exact location where the station was constructed. Here we have photos of the stations. The left and the middle, we deploy a tripod and some samplers to sample the ambient air. But on the right, we were a bit more creative, and we actually built a platform where our samplers were located. Now let's jump into the fun part, the results. What do we find? So here's the plot of all the sites. And I just want to mention that on top we have MITC. RT stands for regulatory target. The MITC RT is 2020 ppb, which is parts per billion, followed by chloropicrin at 73 parts per billion, and 1,3-D is a DPR RT of 55 parts per billion. At the very bottom, you see some dots, some colors right there. This is actually the detections, the concentration that we detected from January to May. Now we're going to zoom in into this red box to see what was going on. But I wanted to point out here that the detections were well below the regulatory targets. In this plot, we have all the sites. And in the next slide, I'm going to explain what happened at each location. But I want to point out that all the concentrations vary, for the most part, from 0 or none to 1 ppb. And on the right corner, we have, once again, the regulatory targets set by DPR for 1,3-D at 55 ppb, MITC at 220, and chloropicrin at 73. So in this case, the highest concentration of all three was in Grayson, 1,3-D, but it was 0.9 ppb. I want to walk you through the table description here. From the left to the right, we have the pesticides. We have the detection frequency, which is the number of detections. Then we have the maximum 24-hour concentration, the regulatory target, and the percentage of that target. Here, the short-term screening levels and regulatory targets are pesticide concentrations in the air at which no health effects are expected to occur. In this case, it's 55, 22, 220, and 73. The maximum 24-hour concentration, it's what we could measure, what we obtain. We sample the air for 24 consecutive hours from Monday through Friday. We compare that value to a short-term or acute regulatory target. So what we do is we get the 0.03, we divide it by 73, and that's how we get 0.04%. Comparisons are represented by a percentage. A value of 100% means that the concentration is equal to the regulatory target. This does not necessarily mean a health effect has occurred. Values below 100 means that health effects are unlikely to occur. Now, the previous slide was a table with the 24-hour concentration. Now this is a 4 or 13-week average concentration. And for this, we call it a medium term. A subchronic or medium term concentrations are average 4 weeks for MITC and 13 weeks for 1,3-D and chloropicrin. And let's go through a summary of the results now that I explained what each column means. For Monterey Park Tract, 24 hours, pesticides were detected at low concentrations compared to their regulatory targets. So in the next slides, I'm going to be pretty much focusing on the last column on the right, the percentage of the regulatory target. For 1,3-D was 1.1%, and MITC 0.02%, and chloropicrin 0.04%. Now for the 4 or 13-week average, 1,3-D was 2.4%, MITC 1.2%, chloropicrin 1.4%. The pesticides were detected at low concentrations compared to their screening levels. Moving into Grayson, 24 hours. For 1,3-D, it was 1.7%. For MITC, 0.1%. And for chloropicrin, we actually didn't get a detection, a measurable detection. In summary, the pesticides were detected, once again, at low concentrations compared to the regulatory targets set by DPR. Grayson, 4 or 13 week. MITC was 3.2%. I'm sorry, 1,3-D, 3.2%, MITC 1.7%, and chloropicrin, there was no detection. And moving on to our third site, Houston, 24 hours. Less than 1% for all pesticides, 0.85% for 1,3-D, 0.01% for MITC, and no detections for chloropicrin. And last but not least, Houston, 4 or 13 weeks. We have the pesticides were detected at low concentrations compared to their screening levels. The highest was 1,3-D with 1.1%, followed by MITC with 0.6%, and chloropicrin, once again, no detection. So wrapping this up, how do we use this data? The new 1,3-D regulations went into effect last year, January 1st, 2024. This is the first focused study on 1,3-D that occurred after the regulations went into effect. DPR is developing jointly and mutually with OEHA additional restrictions on the use of 1,3-D. These 3 pesticides have restrictions in place that are designed to lower levels of these pesticides in the air. And at DPR, as previously mentioned, we are continuously evaluating data, including the data presented in this presentation, to understand how these mitigation measures are working in the real world. This study provides us data to help answer this question. In summary, we conducted a study in Monterey Park Tract, Grayson and Houston from January to May 2024. We measured the levels of 1,3-D, MITC, and chloropicrin. During the study, there were some detections of 1,3-D and MITC, but all levels were below health thresholds, also known as screening levels and regulatory targets. All three sites showed similar patterns of detections, with more detections in April. And mitigation measures are in effect to restrict the use of these pesticides. Our next steps, we will release all the data of this study in our pesticide air monitoring results dataset in June 2025. This is available for everyone in DPR's website. A study of this report will be available at the end of this year or early 2026. And DPR will conduct modeling on historic annual average air concentrations based on pesticide use and weather data from 2019 to 2024. We would like to acknowledge a lot of people: the Stanislaus County Agricultural Commissioner, Valley Improvement Projects, Monterey Tarp Community Service District, Grayson Water Tower, City of Modesto, and Houston Arboretum. And here's our contact information. With that, we're happy to take any questions. Feel free to email us at any time. And también hablo español, así que si necesitan cualquier tipo de pregunta, por favor, ya saben cómo contactarme. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Have any questions, comments?
I'm just going to all the comments after.
I'll go to public. All right. I don't think we have any written comments. That's not in front of us. All right. I'd like to open it up to public comment. If anybody has any public comment on this agenda item. I see one.
I didn't come, spend all the time here and not come up and say something, right? Good to see you, gentlemen. Been a long time for some of you. Jake Winger, past president, Stanislaus County Farm Bureau, farmer out on the west side of Modesto. I just want to say thank you to Stanislaus County, Linda Pinfold, and DPR for doing the study. One of the things we pride ourselves on in Stanislaus County is we have some of the best farmers there are in the state. And I think when you see this study, it goes to show exactly the efforts we go into to keep the community safe and produce a safe food and fiber supply for our communities. And when you look at Stanislaus County, it was picked because of being a high pesticide use county. And when you look at what's actually going out in the community, it's almost negligible, right? It doesn't even hardly show up on the data. And I just want to say that's pretty impressive when you consider Stanislaus County is the 8th largest agricultural county in California, but that actually also translates to the 8th largest agricultural county in the USA, because those top 8 counties are also the top 8 ag counties in the country. And so when you look at what we do here on a study like this, and again, these areas were also picked as high usage areas. So I just think it really goes to show that what we have here in Stanislaus County is a blessing. And we have regulations for a reason, but I do want to point out one thing that was even brought up in the presentation was DPR says we still are planning on more regulations on these things that we barely detect. And that's just one thing I want to bring up, that farmers are very regulated, and all those regulations are costs that end up getting passed off to the consumer down the road. And we're in a time right now where money doesn't go as far as it used to, and food costs are higher, and all those regulations add up. And I think the data shows we're doing a darn fine job of producing the safest food supply in California that this world has to offer. And so I appreciate DPR, appreciate Linda and the team at the county. I think it was fantastic work. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board
Thank
for
you.
more comments.
Have a good evening,
Hold
everybody.
on.
Oh. Sorry. I guess I'm, go ahead.
Okay, it's a good time to pile on. Jake, thank you so much for your comments. And this county ag is still the base of our economy. We say that all the time. When they do a 2030 study, it's leaning into the ag economy, the ag biomass as our strength here. I'm a user of 1,3-D. Just every 25 years or 30 years, we pull an orchard. It is nearly impossible to start an orchard if you try and turn it over, fallow it for a year, and replant without fumigating. There are other methods if you wait longer. There's not many fumigants available, so it's important that we protect the ones we have, and that's through the regulatory process. As Jake pointed out, I think when you look at the regulations, there was deeper depth that was required, soil moisture, the sealing requirements, the setback requirements, the PPE, the rates that we use. You put all of that together, and this shows, again, based on the data, which is true data. It's not someone saying this is bad for you or this is good for you. This is true data that shows that the applicators, the farmers, the ranchers, the farm workers are doing the right thing. And I want to make that abundantly clear to the population that we provide safe food, not just in California, but in the United States, and it's through regulation. I have to pile on. When I say pile on, when we talk about more regulations, that's why we did the study. And that's why Stanislaus County embraced it. That's why our ag commissioner embraced it. When you have the environmental justice community asking for things, we're generally not scared of it, especially when DPR is doing the study or UC Extension is doing the study, a good trusted source. We can live with what the outcome is, but just putting more regulation on when we're not even coming close to the exceedance. Those numbers, the reason I asked you to come here today is because this is a chance for ag to do a victory lap for doing the right thing, to continuing to do the right thing. So I'm proud of the ag community, all of you who are out there working in the fields every single day, trying to provide food and fiber. And I just will caution DPR on further regulation if it's not necessary. If we find that it's necessary through these types of, I guess, tests, then we'll have that discussion. And that's just, again, I'm a farmer, so someone would say that I have a vested interest, or, but that's not the case. I want to do better. I live in the middle of the farm. I'm exposed to pesticides first, herbicides first, to 1,3-D, and so I want to do the best job I can for myself and our workers. Appreciate the time. Thank you for coming and presenting this to us.
I don't want to say much more. We look to Vito for this stuff. Thank you guys, great presentation. And Jake, thanks for coming up and emphasizing these things. I wish this had happened on a night, because I don't know how many meetings we've had where we've had the environmental justice individuals sitting up here in the front row, and then here we are late at night, nobody's here to hear this. But it was great that they were a part of this Valley Improvement Project. That was just great that they were included. I wish they would have been here too tonight as a part of this presentation. Sometimes it concerns me because the results turned out so well, they're not here. And so, anyway, great work, good going to everybody, and it's just very encouraging to see this. And we're going to save this for the night when they're all sitting here, and we'll pull this report back out. But thank you guys all very much. Good work.
I'd just like to say thank you for your presentation. Great information. Linda, thank you for all that you do in helping educate our farmers. I'd just like to acknowledge the Stanislaus County Farm Bureau members that are in the audience. I know you guys do a lot of great work in educating our growers out there and what they can do. I'd just like to acknowledge you and just thanks for the great information. All right, I bring it
You
back.
had to stick around so late.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, real quick, this item does have one recommendation. Linda, I don't know if you were going to cover the recommendation, or I can do it for you real quick. Yeah, no problem. So this item has one recommendation. That is a staff recommendation to acknowledge the results of a seasonal air study conducted in the communities of Grayson, Monterey Park Tract, and Houston by the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. That's the staff recommendation.
So moved.
I got a first?
A second.
I got a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
All right, moving on to public hearings. Public hearing to consider the approval of the Williamson Act cancellation and lot line adjustment. Jim Hughes Revocable Trust, a request to cancel an 8.68 acre portion of Williamson Act, contract number 1973-1393, and the adjustment lines of 3 parcels located at 3113 South Commons Avenue at the northwest corner of the South Commons and West Harding Road intersection in the Turlock area, and approval of a new contract for the proposed 16.2 plus and 98.2 plus acre parcels, planning and community development. Teresa.
Good evening, Chair Condit, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. Teresa McDonald, Associate Planner, presenting Williamson Act cancellation and lot line adjustment, PLN 2024-0041, Jim Hughes Revocable Trust. So this is a request to cancel an 8.68 acre portion of a Williamson Act contract to allow for a lot line adjustment between 3 parcels. The project site is located at 3113 South Commons Road at the northwest corner of South Commons and West Harding Road intersection in the Turlock area. The site has a general plan designation of agriculture and a zoning designation of general agriculture A240. Adjacent land uses include orchards, row crops, dairies, and scattered single-family dwellings to the north, east, and south. An agricultural, chemical, and fertilizer company is located to the southwest, and the city of Turlock is located approximately 1 mile northeast of the project site. Here is an exhibit that reflects the current parcel configurations. The existing parcel sizes are 1.9, 13.25, and 107.75 acres respectively. The proposed lot line adjustment will adjust the parcels to 8.68, 16.02, and 98.20 acres. The resulting parcel configurations are outlined in green. In order to approve the lot line adjustment with a parcel less than 10 acres in size, a cancellation of the Williamson Act contract on the proposed 8.68 acre parcel, which is outlined in purple, is required. As part of the project, the contract for the 16.02 and 98.20 acre parcels will be rescinded, and they will be entered into a new contract to match the parcel lines to the new configuration. No changes in land use are proposed as part of the project. As required by state law for the cancellation of a Williamson Act contract, the assessor determined the current fair market value of the land to be $477,500 and the cancellation fee, which is equal to 12.5% of the valuation, to be $59,688 for the 8.68 acre portion. In order for a Williamson Act contract to be canceled, the board must hold a public hearing on the request and make several findings, including but not limited to the finding that the cancellation is consistent with the purposes of the Williamson Act and it's in the public interest. Specific findings for cancellation that is consistent with the purposes of the Williamson Act and the public interest are that a non-renewal has been filed, it will not likely remove adjacent land from agriculture, will not cause a discontiguous patterns of urban development, it's requested for an alternative use which is consistent with the general plan, there are public concerns or benefits outweighing the objectives of the Williamson Act, and that there is no proximate non-contracted land which is both available and suitable for the use to which it is proposed to the contracted land be put. As detailed in the agenda report, staff believes the findings for cancellation can be made as a lot line adjustment is to address for the historical use of the property and physical improvements on unfarmed contracted land. Staff has reviewed the project and has determined that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061, the common sense exception. As there is no evidence on the record, the action will have a direct, significant physical impact on the environment. Staff recommends the board approve this request. The findings required for project approval are listed under the staff recommendation section of the board report and include findings regarding environmental review, lot line adjustment approval, Williamson Act cancellation and cancellation fee findings, and rescission and reentry findings. If approved, the applicant will have 1 year to pay the cancellation fee and record the final cancellation. The lot line adjustment will not be recorded until the final cancellation is approved. That concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? All right. Going to open up the public hearing. I don't believe we have any written comments. Open public comment. Anybody have any questions that you'd like to bring to the board on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion and a second.
So I just want to make a quick comment. The adjoining parcel there, Ag Production Company, was a part of the war effort years ago. There's a great story to it in the bottom left-hand side. And so this area has been used for commercial fertilizer, and they sell pesticides and other things for many years. This makes sense. It's very logical, and it's pretty easy to meet all the findings. So with that, if there's no other comments, I'll make a motion to approve.
I got a first.
Did we go on?
I'll second it.
Did we go on?
Yeah, we went out to
Yes,
public.
yeah.
Yep. I've got a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. All right, moving on. Public hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the use permit number PLN 2018-0102, Avalon Sons Packing House Project, for which an addendum to an adopted environmental impact report has been adopted. Planning and Community Development. Jeremy.
Good evening, Chair Condit, board members, CEO Hayes, County Council Bowes, Jeremy Ballard, Senior Planner, and I am here to present the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of use permit for Dan Avalon's Packing House Project. So on March 6, 2025, the Planning Commission approved the project, which was approved to construct a 184,311 square foot warehouse facility over 7 phases to receive, sort, pack, and ship agricultural produce in the general agricultural zoning district. In accordance with county code, that decision was appealed to the Board of Supervisors on March 13th, 2025 by the City of Turlock. The project site is located at 1301 North Washington Road between Fulkirk and West Main Street in the Turlock area, abutting city limits, but just outside the city's LAFCO adopted sphere of influence. The site has a general plan designation of agriculture and a zoning designation of general agricultural A240. The site is surrounded by scattered single-family dwellings, row crops, and orchards to the north, south, and west of the project site. The Blue Diamond Almond Grower processing facility, and additional industrial development located in the City of Turlock's West Side Industrial Specific Plan is located to the east. The project site has been historically planted in row crops and has been developed with a single-family dwelling, truck scale, storage shed, and is enrolled in the Williamson Act. So to provide a little bit of background on the project, as a result of being cited for unpermitted activities and construction, a use permit and an environmental impact report was approved across 2 parcels to allow for similar activities as those proposed this evening. This was approved in June 16th, 2016. The use permit expired in 2018 for lack of completion of project conditions, and a new use permit was required, which was submitted to the county in 2018. The new use permit requests to utilize the existing environmental impact report, but modify the project by removing the adjacent parcel and unpermitted structure from the project, allowing packing and sorting over gravel instead of the requirement of paving the entire site, reducing project total vehicle trips amounts, and then lengthening the time of development. To modify the certified environmental impact report, an addendum to the environmental impact report was prepared for the project, which was circulated twice in August and September of 2021. Originally, the use permit was set to be heard on November 4th, 2021. However, it was continued at the request of the applicant to ensure the project request to allow project activities over gravel was fully analyzed in the addendum. Subsequent to the continuance in 2021, additional air quality analyses were completed and included in the addendum. So going to the project itself, as stated before you, the use permit proposes to be developed over a total of 7 phases. Phase 1 of the activities before you will be proposed to be completed over gravel within an approximate 4-acre area. This will also include the permitting of a converted single-family dwelling to an office, development of gravelled employee parking area, development of a new domestic well, which will constitute a public water system. Phase 1 will consist of 43 employees reporting to the site daily. So phase 2 of the project will occur simultaneously with Phase 1, and this will be to legalize the non-permitted building that was on the adjacent parcel. This will be converted to an agricultural storage building to be used as an accessory structure to the agricultural on-site production, removing it from the proposed project itself. Phases 1 and 2 are proposed to commence by the end of 2025. To activate the use permit, the applicant must obtain a grading permit, building permits for conversion of the two unpermitted structures, they shall be issued, and the plans for required intersection improvements for all off-site improvements required under an encroachment permit by the City of Turlock shall be either approved and installed or bonded for within 18 months of project approval. Prior to actual commencement of any approved activities, the applicant will be required to complete these requirements in phases 1 and 2. Phases 3 through 7 propose to construct the total of 184,311 square feet for the packing house, storage, office and break room, and roof-only sorting area on the concrete slab, which is under phases 6 and 7 in the back there. At its peak, the project will include a total of 63 employees on the site daily, and anticipated total of 306 daily vehicle trips. Commencement of phases 3 through 7 will take place from 2016 through 2036. To note, the activities will continue over gravel until, or is proposed to continue over gravel until phases 6 and 7 take place. So as you can tell, there's multiple issues were considered as part of this project processing. As part of this particular presentation, staff will focus on the following 2 issues: the use of the addendum to modify the certified environmental impact report, and the City of Turlock and the referral responses to the project. All of the project issues are discussed in detail in the attachments 2 and 3 of the agenda item before you. So as allowed by the California Environmental Quality Act, an addendum can be used as a way to modify a previously certified environmental impact report. Addendums do not need to be circulated prior to consideration. Based on the revised project, there were additional studies completed for the addendum, which recommended that that the amendment of 2 previously adopted mitigation measures can take place, and then it also recommended the deletion of a 3rd mitigation measure from the certified environmental impact report. Those recommendations would result in no longer requiring completion of frontage improvements along North Washington Road, but also still requiring to complete the 4th leg of the intersection of North Washington Road, the project driveway, and the Blue Diamond Growers driveway. The addendum also recommended removing the requirement to pay the City of Turlock's capital facility fees, as the project impacts no longer warrant payment to lessen its environmental impacts. And then lastly, the addendum found that it would no longer require paving of the entire area of activity, and environmentally would be allowed to take place over gravel consistent with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District rules and regulations. Secondly, as discussed in the board agenda item, the project is not located within the City of Turlock's sphere of influence or within their general plan boundary. Accordingly, neither the county's land use element sphere of influence policy 26 or 27 apply. However, stated previously, the North Washington Road runs along the project site and is located within and maintained by the City of Turlock. Due to the proximity of the City of Turlock, the project in the initial draft of the addendum was referred to the city for comment, provided a response requesting the conditions outlined in the slide before you be applied to this project. Because of these circumstances, essentially the not being located within the city sphere of influence or within their general plan area, the county is under no obligation to apply the city standards beyond those required for the purposes of mitigating any identified environmental impact. Thus, with alignment within the amended mitigation measures as proposed by the addendum, the completion of the intersection as discussed previously, and proposed project driveways will require obtaining an encroachment permit from the City of Turlock, which could include a completion of all North Washington roadway requirements along the project frontage if they chose to require them. No other conditions requested by the city have been applied to the project, and all on-site development will be required to meet county standards. So this project was initially considered by the Planning Commission at a public hearing on January 16th, 2025. During the public hearing, two people, Bill Morris from the city of Turlock and Mallory Hayes, representing Blue Diamond Growers, spoke during the opposition portion of the hearing. Mr. Morris, the city engineer, requested the conditions related to frontage improvements, payment of capital facility fees, and pavement of project drive aisles be applied to the project requirements. Ms. Hayes expressed concern with the project impacts such as dirt track out on the North Washington Road and requested the commission continue the project as outlined in a letter. Also during the public hearing, Elwin Heinen, representing the applicant, and the applicant himself, Dan Avila, spoke in favor of the project. Both discussed concerns with implementation of the project conditions of approval and requested to amend conditions of approval related to intersection improvements, landscaping, and the public water system requirements. Ultimately, the Planning Commission continued the project to the February 20th, 25 Planning Commission meeting to allow for additional time for Blue Diamond Growers to review the project. So in light of the January 16th, 2025 public hearing and the subsequent correspondence and meetings after the Planning Commission meeting, the February 20th, 2025 Planning Commission staff memo recommended amendments to two conditions of approval for the project. The first was a staff recommendation to amend condition of approval number 10 to obtain a public water system supply permit prior to the final of any permit required in phase 1 instead of prior to the issuance of any permit. This modification was intended to allow the applicant additional time in meeting the requirements of phase 1 while meeting the requirements of the public water system. Ultimately, the public water supply permit must be obtained prior to the final of any permit and then commencement of any on-site activities or operations. The memo also recommended an amendment to condition of approval number 22. The modification at the time of the memo was not requesting any additional requirement, but was intended to clarify specific requirement and location of the driveway storage for oncoming trucks that would have been required by condition number 22 to be consistent with the county standards and specifications. So, like I said before, the project was continued to the February 20th, 25 Planning Commission meeting. However, due to a lack of quorum, the item was then continued to the March 6th, 2025 Commission meeting. Although a continued memo to the Planning Commission was published for the February 20th meeting and was also then utilized for the March 16th meeting. After the publishing of this February 20th, 2025 Planning Commission memo, the county did receive 4 additional items of correspondence that were too late to be included in that memo. The first was from Robbins, Browning, Godwin, and Marchini on behalf of the city of Turlock. The letter reiterated the city's request for addition of frontage improvements, payment of their CFF fee. The letter also relayed concerns with the county's proposed modification to condition of approval number 10, stating that if unable to obtain permitting of the public water system, the applicant would be in a favorable position for the state to require connection to the city of Turlock for water services. The second letter was received from Paul Beard, representing the applicant, which stated that the city's request would be unconstitutional as the city does not meet the burden of showing essential nexus and rough proportionality for their requirements. This letter also addressed the city's February 19th letter by saying that the city fails to justify the exactions as requested, and that the estimated actual trip counts used in the addendum would be more accurate than the non-project specific data as utilized in the certified EIR. The third letter of correspondence was received on March 6, 2025 from Jonathan Flecker of Flecker & Associates, transportation engineers. Mr. Flecker completed the traffic impact analysis in the original project EIR and current addendum. In the letter, he discussed the rationale of using the project-specific trip counts in the addendum instead of the warehouse trip generation estimates used in the original EIR. Ultimately, he states that in his professional judgment, it was more appropriate to use the project-specific trip counts as the warehouse data did not account for the seasonal nature of agricultural produce and would produce an overestimate of trips. Lastly, a letter of correspondence was received from Mallory Hayes, representing Blue Diamond Growers. Ms. Hayes attached a review of the proposed project trip generation forecast from Stephen Abrams of Abrams & Associates Traffic Engineering. The attached review questioned the methodology used by the addendum traffic impact analysis and concluded that trip counts were being undercounted. Ultimately, Mrs. Hayes' letter requested the Planning Commission include an additional condition of approval to require pavement of all drive aisles within the project site, as well as continuing to require the completion of the intersection at North Washington Road the project driveway and the Blue Diamond driveway as required under mitigation measure 3131C. During the March 6th meeting, the Planning Commission meeting, 4 people spoke in opposition to the project. First was Darren DuPont from Robbins, Browning, Godwin, and Marchini, representing the city of Turlock. Mr. DuPont reiterated the city's position made in their letters of correspondence regarding project road frontage improvements, payment of CFF fees, and timing of the completion of the public water system. Mallory Hayes and Travis Hill, both representing Blue Diamond Growers, spoke in opposition to the project. Ms. Hayes reiterated the issue stated in their correspondence with a request for all drive aisles to be paved and to require the completion of the signalized intersection as required under the mitigation measures. Mr. Hill, the site manager for the Washington Road location, spoke to the dust erosion that has infiltrated their stormwater facilities that they are required to maintain as part of their permitting with the city of Turlock. Lastly, speaking in opposition was Chris Fisher, the municipal services director from the city of Turlock. Mr. Fisher reiterated the city's request to include all previously requested conditions of approval be added to the project, specifically speaking to the previous concerns with the applicant providing vehicle trip amounts and the dust generation and dirt track out as historically taken place. Speaking in favor of the project was the applicant Dan Avila and also his representative Elwin Heinen. Mr. Avila stated the project is largely part of agricultural production and that a large part of the project will be related to the storage of agricultural produce. He also stated that the vehicle trip counts used for the project were derived from multiple years of his operations billed with lading, which are more reflective of the project activities, stating the most intense periods will consist of only 2 months out of the year, July and August. Mr. Avila also stated that to add paved drive aisles would be an additional $150,000 approximately in project costs, and it would not be something the county would normally require in an agricultural setting. Mr. Heinen stated that once the site is developed for the proposed activities, it would take care of the dust and dirt track out concerns stated by Blue Diamond. He also stated that the required road frontage and roadway improvements required under the city's encroachment permit will result in improved traffic conditions. In response to this statement, Mr. Avila did state that he was not in support of the road frontage improvements the city may require. So after the close of the public hearing, the Planning Commission deliberated the project and ultimately, based on the concerns with dust and dirt track out, asked staff to provide language to further amend condition of approval number 22 to add additional pavement to the driveway throw. Staff suggested that an additional 200 feet of pavement be added to the condition with language allowing staff to permit less than 200 feet if a conflict were to arise with additional paving in the location of the proposed building based on the approved site plan. Ultimately, the Planning Commission approved the project on a vote of 6-0 with the additional amended condition language for condition of approval number 22 provided by staff at the March 6th meeting and the amendment to the condition of approval number 10 as recommended by staff in the February 20th, 25 Planning Commission memo. So subsequent to the March 6th meeting, staff determined that the additional pavement requirement would look like similar to the exhibit on the right side of the slide here. Staff's design follows the driveway apron. Let me get out my pointer here. The driveway apron that will be required as part of the City of Turlock's encroachment permit. It will then travel the initial 100 feet of pavement required by county standards, and then an additional 200 feet of pavement that will follow a portion of the internal circulation design of the site, traveling northward and then southward around the proposed buildings, which would be in an aggregate of an additional 200 square feet of pavement. So the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision was received on March 3rd, 2025 from Robbins, Browning, Godwin, and Marchini representing the city of Turlock. The appeal was based on the previous similar concerns raised by the city, claimed that the removal of the mitigation measure to not pay the city's CFF fee and the amendment of the mitigation measure removing the road frontage improvement requirements creates a significant environmental impact to the traffic and transportation of North Washington Road and at the intersection of North Washington and Folkworth Roads. The appeal letter also reiterated the city's concern with the issuance of issuance of any permit prior to completion of their public water system requirements. Lastly, the appeal claimed procedural errors with the March 6, 2025 Planning Commission hearing, claiming that no additional public comment was allowed after additional amendments to the conditions of approval were provided by staff, nor were additional public comment provided during subsequent motions made by Planning Commission members. After the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the project, 3 additional items of correspondence were received. The first received on April 2nd from 2025 from Daniel Cucci of Atavis and Cucci, representing Blue Diamond Growers. Mr. Cucci's letter claims that the Planning Commission waived project requirements based on questionable data provided by the applicant. He also claimed that the waived project requirements, specifically air quality emission impacts, would acutely impact Blue Diamond Growers' operation. Mr. Cucci's letter also included the same trip generation memo provided by Mallory Hayes of Blue Diamond, which was included in attachment 5 of the agenda before you, and it was also discussed earlier in the presentation. The second letter received from Robbins, Browning, Godwin, and Marchini on April 7th, 2025 as a supplement to the previously submitted appeal letter. The April 7th letter reiterates the city's claim that approval without the inclusion of the mitigation measures related to the payment of city CFFE and road frontage improvements creates that significant environmental impact. The April 7th letter also includes a technical memorandum from GHD providing analysis of the traffic studies prepared for the certified environmental impact report and addendum, ultimately stating that the trip generation data utilized for the addendum did not include supporting information and thus was not sufficient. A third letter from Paul Beard representing the applicant was received on April 14th, 2025. Mr. Beard's letter reiterated previous claims that the trip count data used for the addendum is defensible and that the city's claims do not meet evidentiary burdens necessary for the requested exactions. Mr. Beard's letter also included 2 additional memos from Jonathan Flecker rebutting the claims of the Abrams trip generation memo and the technical memorandum from GHD. Mr. Beard's letter also attached 4 years of shipping logs from the applicant's operation in support of their trip generation data. So bringing this to a conclusion, the Planning Commission has approved the project with the required findings for the addendum, use permit, Williamson Act compatibility findings, findings for dedication and improvements, and then all of which are illustrated in attachment 2 of the agenda report, the January 16th Planning Commission staff report. If after conducting the public hearing, the Board of Supervisors choose to deny the appeal upholding the Planning Commission's decision, findings to do so can be found in staff's recommendation 2 through 5 of the agenda item. If the Board of Supervisors should decide to uphold the appeal and deny the project, County Code does not allow reapplication of the project for 1 year. However, the board has the discretion to waive the time period for reapplication if they were to deny the project without prejudice. So with that concludes our presentation. We're here to answer any questions as possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Bring it back to the board for any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is obviously 2,300 pages and whatever's in these boxes over here, 4,000
yes.
pages of something. Interesting stuff. So I just want to go over, because I was looking at the Turlock letter, the CFF capital facility fees. This is outside of the sphere, right?
Correct.
And across the road. So there's a difference between proportional share, which I know Best RV had paid. I think Petard Trucking had paid regarding an intersection. Are they asking for, and for the representatives of the respective areas, you guys can answer these questions too when you come up. I'm going to ask staff these questions first. And if they do frontage, and if they're required to do frontage or certain permits, and then they do proportional share, is it a double dip? Is it perceived as a double dip on, or is it one or the other? And what has the applicant agreed to? Or has the applicant agreed to anything?
Let's see if I can, so I think the perception is that it is a double dip, whether if there's fees paid and improvements made. I think that's more of an interpretation by legal staff more than anything. But in terms of going back to Best RV and Petard Trucking, those were proportionally shared because there was a comment raised to a specific intersection and a specific impact that was studied specifically to that and provided a fair share on the total cost of what that improvement plan was. With this particular project, the traffic studies, and I'll let the traffic engineers speak a little bit more to the details. But ultimately, the certified EIR did not find any significant impacts on the thresholds of services to those specific intersections that were studied, but just said based on cumulative impacts of the project in general and the build-out conditions within this area over a 20, 30-year horizon, you could pay the CFF fees. The addendum looked at the reduced the trip count amounts, the changes to the project ultimately, and said, well, based on the traffic impact analysis, there's no longer warranted to pay those CFF fees. And so that was the recommendation. What was, trying to go back to the third part of the question that you had asked that I can hopefully speak to.
I can't remember either. So for what it's worth.
Can I just real quick, so I understand the double dipping? So the double dipping was the payment of the CFF fees and the required improvements at the same time, is that right?
So the CFF fees were City of Turlock fees. They would have gone through and they would have done an analysis and they would have said there was, A, B, C, D improvements that would have to be made. So if they had to pay those fees, which were assumed were going to be collected so that they could build out the improvements, but yet they too were required to build the improvements.
Right, perfect.
That could then be the double dip.
Perfect, thank you, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The traffic addendum versus the supplemental, this is obviously a point of contention with everyone. Are the numbers that far off? Because I've seen competing numbers based on,
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm not a traffic engineer, so I don't have authority to speak on that, but from my understanding, from just looking at the different versions, so the certified EIR, which was done in 2013, I think the traffic study was done in 2013, used International Transportation Engineers Manual as the guide based on a warehouse use. And based on that warehouse use during that edition, it said you're going to have 817 trips per day, and that was the number used. Going forward with the addendum in the traffic study, which I believe was done in 2020, they use the actual counts by provided by the applicant based on the shipping data. Over that time period, the International Transportation's Manual, after each succeeding edition, those trip counts now look very similar to what the applicant data had utilized or provided. So they're essentially within a handful of trip counts per year, which is or per day, which is 306 per the applicant's data, and I believe the most recent edition or manual is around 316. So they're very similar, to answer your question at this point.
And that's what's going to dictate the cost, right?
Theoretically, yes.
I mean, the CFF fees are based, the largest component of it is based on transportation. At least I've seen that with county projects. I'm going to assume it's the same. So the difference here, because the supplemental versus the addendum, I'm going to ask, is probably more legally defensible, but the EIR process, I'm asking, and these are just questions that are coming to mind, so hate to put anyone on the spot.
So if your question is whether or not the addendum is sufficient versus a supplemental, it'd be my advice that, given the number of changes that we see in the amended project versus the original project, the removal of mitigation measures, that looking at those things, that either a supplemental EIR or a subsequent EIR would be required in order to do an environmental review that would pass challenge. That's my advice.
And I want to apologize to the public again. I do this all the time, but I had a meeting with Blue Diamond, and I'll go next to that, but there's Mr. Avila has lived this, Blue Diamond has probably lived this, the City of Turlock's lived this, our planning department has lived this for many years, and as a board, we tend to take things, you have your catcher's glove out there, and and then a project's coming up in a couple of weeks before you start digging into it. You can't follow, I don't have the capacity to do it, and I apologize to Blue Diamond. When we met with them, it's like triaging all the time. So when we ask basic questions, you just can't retain 2,300 pages of information. So that's why I'm going through this. That's how my brain works. So that's the apology. That's the only apology you'll get tonight. Blue Diamond had sent a letter, and meeting with them, the concerns they had raised were concerns about safety and visibility was one of them at the intersection. So what is it? They have to build out the intersection, or it's a requirement, a condition, correct?
It's a mitigation measure. So as part of the traffic study, the mitigation measure 313C requires them to complete that fourth leg of the intersection, which is essentially, let me get a better picture of the intersection sort of here. So basically they'll have to put in the fourth side of the light. They'll have to put in accompanying turn lanes, whatever essentially is required under the City of Turlock's encroachment permit. So that will be their main driveway, will be that fourth leg of that intersection. So it'll be signalized.
Okay. And there was obviously, based on, the concerns I heard, dust mitigation. Right now, you've got that whole frontage up there that anyone could drive in different areas. And one way to alleviate that is for them to have, again, drainage basins and or curb gutter. I know that they don't want to talk about that, or trees, some sort of landscape plan. I see something, but that's a condition based on the encroachment permit, right?
So there's two different aspects. So the encroachment permit is where there could be road frontage improvements attached by the City of Turlock. There is a mitigation measure separate from that requires frontage landscaping be completed as part of the initial phase one of the project, that is consistent with the City of Turlock's West Side Industrial Landscape Specific Plan. So there's going to be frontage and landscaping along that, whether there be curb gutter, sidewalk, or not, but it will be in conjunction with the driveways that are required to be completed as part of the project.
And that is before the project.
It will be part of phase one, correct?
Can they get a building permit that they can't occupy, or?
Correct. The occupancy is contingent on the different aspects of the improvement requirements for phase one. So ultimately, operation wouldn't be able to commence until all of them are completed.
And if sidewalks, curbs and gutters weren't required, what is the drainage requirement? Do we have swales, or or is it piping?
Part of the encroachment permit, as I understand it, with the City of Turlock, they will have to channelize any type of road, stormwater onto the site, which will then have to be handled within their own drainage basin on site, which will be part of the grading permit.
Okay. And then the biggest, I guess, worry is the gravel versus paving. I know that's come up in multiple letters. I ask, generally gravel works okay, but gravel needs to be maintained. And I've got gravel, most of our Huller is paved, but we have some gravel in the very back. And it's a continual, every couple of years, we have to float it every year, and then we have to put additional rock on there. And so are there any requirements? I didn't see any requirements for long-term maintenance of gravel.
Within the amended mitigation measure 5.334, there is language that essentially that has to meet the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, essentially rules and regulations for use of gravel to maintain that the level of threshold that's required. But within that, there are nuisance requirements. So if there's a point in time where there is an opacity percentage that is exceeded, they'll have to cease operations, reapply, or rewash, or whatever there's a variety of different methods they can choose. But there are nuisance and maintenance concerns built into the mitigation measure. There also is conditions of approval for if that is essentially not working, there are we can relook at that essential additional requirements to be placed on maintenance or nuisance or issues like that.
Gravel pavement would be the best option. You can make gravel work, but it all comes down to maintenance, how it's laid, how it's maintained. And when you get into the issue of the opacity, that starts to bring in needing to potentially bring in experts to kind of rate what the opacity is.
Yeah, and that's just a thought. Okay, I'm going to stop asking questions now. And everyone heard kind of what I said, so if you can address any one of those things, that'd be great. Or you have a difference of opinion.
Any other questions before we open up public hearing? All right. Open up the public hearing. We're going to acknowledge any written comments that we have and open it up to the public. Anybody have public comment on this? I do have cards.
Public water systems. I forgot to address the public water system. I see there's one more bullet point. Any chance I could just ask that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
The public water system as a condition, public water system has to be in place before they can get an occupancy permit?
Correct.
On them? Okay, I just wanted to confirm. All right, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. All right, first up, Chris Fisher.
Good evening, Chairman Condit, members of the board. It's a little past my bedtime, so I apologize. A lot of stuff I'm going to be repeating. Some of the stuff I prepared today, we've already discussed it, but I do want to get it on the record. My name is Chris Fisher. I'm the Municipal Services Director for the City of Turlock, and thank you for the time to hear our concerns in the matter at hand. We're grateful for this additional time. The City of Turlock respectfully requests that the Board of Supervisors to reconsider the Planning Commission's approval of the Avalon Sons Packing House project due to the removal of essential mitigation measures that safeguard regional infrastructure and environmental compliance and public health. Specifically, mitigation measures 3.131B and 3.131C were limited despite their role in requiring payment of the Turlock's capital facilities fees, installing the frontage improvements, ensuring on-site paving and drive aisle development, and then constructing the fourth leg of the North Washington Road intersection. Removing these requirements shifts that burden to onto the cities of Turlock's residents and taxpayers, despite the project lying outside of the city limits. The new traffic study used to justify the mitigation changes is problematic to us due to reliance on unverified applicant submitted data, omission of key analysis such as fair share contribution and impact to regional traffic, lack of supporting documentations and methodology suggests that the project land use classification was incorrect. So it introduces some ambiguity in it, and it doesn't address the intended processing volumes in relation to the facility size. It's inconsistent with the 2013 traffic study for sure, and also with the Stanislaus County's public facilities fees administration guidelines. The original traffic study land use was classified as 150 warehousing, which is supported by Section J, Article 2 of the county's PFF guidelines. Under the industrial use categories, subsection B clearly defines warehouse facilities and includes uses similar to the proposed operation. The revised study attempted to redefine the use. It lacks substantiation and introduces ambiguity, inconsistent with what's written in the county standards. Section B, calculation collection of fees. Article 2 says if there's ambiguity, so use categories not specified by public facility fees scheduled shall be charged at rates determined by the chief building official in consultation with the director of public works using the trip generation estimates found in the most recent edition of the Institute of Transportation Engineers ITE trip manual. It's unclear to us that that was done, that conversation was had, or any supporting documentation to that methodology. It's important because by integrating the ITE trip generation data, the county ensures its own PFF program, charges appropriately. I mean, it makes sure it accurately reflects the transportation demands of the different land uses, maintains consistency with industry standards for traffic impact analysis, supports equitable fee assignments and aligning with costs of the actual infrastructure usage. This approach aligns with the requirements of the California Mitigation Fee Act, which mandates the development fees be justified by a reasonable relationship between the fee and the impact of the development. The city of Turlock, just like the county, has Nexus studies. Our most recent on our website is 2013, so the exactation of those fees can be found in our impact fee analysis. By removing these impacts from the requirements, the county collects its PFF funds but doesn't offer us the ability to collect the funds to the impacts they are. And to address the double dipping, I think when somebody builds in the city of Turlock, they pay both the city of Turlock CFF fees, and they also pay the county's PFF fees. So they're different. They're different general plans, and then the fees, they represent different things. So I just want to make sure that that was clear, because I think sometimes that does get confused. And there's also some confusion between the CFF fees and development impact fees. The CFF fees primarily collected to deal with the roadway itself, as well as police, fire, and other governmental impacts, where the development impact fees are specific to the development. They're usually a one-time fee. And those are the frontage improvements and the WISP. Those are the things that, the water and sewer infrastructure that was not living there before they began to develop that specific area. Going back to the public water system requirement, the original approval included as a prerequisite for a public water system. The condition's been reduced, which may lead to a discovery of a water issue that's delayed after the applicant incurs significant fiscal impact, which could be placed under hardship, and pressure could be to connect to the city's water system. And while that's not necessarily a terrible thing, but the commodity value of water versus the infrastructure value of water is the commodity value is usually less than 5% of the total infrastructure cost. So that burden gets placed on the city, on the city themselves, or the residents of the city. Just to reiterate, we respectfully request the Board of Supervisors to reinstate the mitigation measures, particularly those addressing transportation infrastructure and water system development, reject the revised traffic study on the basis of inadequate justification, nonconformance to county methodology, reaffirm the original land use classification, which is consistent with the adopted county standards, preserve the public water system requirement as a condition of approval, ensuring long-term protection of both public health and municipal infrastructure. We thank you for the opportunity, your time, and your consideration on these concerns. This project currently is approved, places a disproportionate burden on our residents, infrastructure, and public service. We respectfully urge the board to uphold the integrity of the planning process. We stand ready to collaborate on solutions that support both regional growth and long-term sustainability.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
You bet.
You had said about the public water system, I heard you say that something was removed that made it not more ambiguous, but there was a terminology used. You're saying the language isn't clear enough, or there was language struck out of at the Planning Commission regarding the public water system?
No, the condition as a prerequisite was removed, and then it is a condition of the final approval, which allows money to be spent. And if you go and you drill a hole and the water that comes out of there doesn't meet public water system standards, significant investment can be made to make that. You have to be a treatment plant essentially.
Yeah, and the concern is that they go so far down this path and they can't find water that's potable or a drinking water quality standard, so that they could go and try and do a forced annexation or something along those lines.
They could the Department of Water Resources, they can go to that and plead a hardship case and say, in order to meet public health standards, then they have to connect to the city's water system.
Yeah. Okay. And then the other component, the encroachment permit. I think, at least I think they have to come and get an encroachment permit. Is it the city's belief that through the encroachment permit process that you don't have the ability to require the improvements that you want, and for them to pay a fair share?
A portion of those improvements are reimbursable, but they're reimbursable funds paid by the development impact fees and the CFF fees. So it becomes tricky, there where, like what is reimbursable and what is not. If you're not paying these fees, on the end, is it reimbursable? So I think that's where, we need, clarification, or we need to understand better what our options are.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any questions?
Questions? Thank you, Mr. Fisher. And next up is Mr. Browning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm going to talk to you a little bit. I'm Corbett Browning with Robbins, Browning, Mason. Whoops, Mason's not there anymore. Godwin and Marchini. In Merced, we've been doing kind of public entity work, land use work for the 36 years I've been with them. First time I'm not here on behalf of an entity or a developer, so it's a little different. Today I'm here as really the city attorney. I do conflict work for the city of Turlock. This is something the city attorney had a conflict on, so I was charged with addressing what's really kind of becoming a growing concern over maybe the city perception that some of these out-of-boundary projects and the impacts on the city are being quite addressed the way the city would like or thinks they should be, hence the appeal. So I'm going to try not to repeat what Mr. Fisher said, and I'm also going to try not to regurgitate what's in my written submissions. I'm going to try to address the applicant's counsel's submission from yesterday, or the major components to it. And first, really I think the impetus or the real heartburn problem that the city of Turlock had with this adjustment, the amendment, was that we went from an EIR that showed 816, or as our traffic engineer redid the math, 817 trips a day, which caused, under the EIR, potentially significant environmental impacts. And those were reduced to a level of less than significant impact with the mitigation measures, which are now trying to be removed. So we went from 817 trips in a study that is done completely consistent with state and local standards. And we go through years, including applicant coming to the city and asking the city to not charge the fees that are attempted to be removed here. And we go back, and now the EIR is being amended, and there's a new traffic study that results in 306 trips or whatever it is. That level of change is how the environmental document is now saying, okay, there's no significant impacts. I would encourage all of you, if you have not, to look at the traffic engineer analysis submitted by Blue Diamond's traffic engineer Abrams and by myself that picks apart the problems with that adjusted traffic study. I've been on that side, I've been on applicant's side, and I know that in a record, in order to do something, I need an expert. If an expert says X, then that's usually enough to move forward. In this case, there is an engineer that's saying 306 trips a day, and what you got from the applicant's attorney yesterday said that it's defensible. I interpret that to mean there's an argument that somebody can make. It's not the argument I would want to make if I were you. The argument that we would make is supported by the traffic engineer's supplement from Abrams and GHD. I draw your attention to a couple of kind of glaring defects. I mean, they both address the study's as good as data in. They call into question the data that's in the study that resulted in 306 trips. But one of the things that I kind of found interesting in GHD analysis was that one of the defects they found was that this new study, this 300 trips a day study, didn't account for other uses or changes thereto. Namely, the conversion of the house to the office, that's 1,200 square feet, the conversion of the existing barn to the packing shed, that's over 8,000 square feet, the pole barn to storage at 6,000 square feet, and the produce stand and the milk barn. Combined, that's 15,822 square feet that this study doesn't address. Well, you might say, well, that's not significant because this is a project that's 184,000 something square feet, right? I can tell you that I've been doing what I've been doing for a while, and part of what I do is I've represented more than one sweet potato packing shed, and I have a longtime client that's a sweet potato co-op in Merced County, formed in 1963. They're nationally known with their product. Their entire office and line and storage facility is 15,000 square feet. We're talking about an industry. I mean, the size and the magnitude of what we're talking about here is huge. 7 phases is what we're talking about approving. You can't dismiss those traffic impacts. If you go back to the EIR and you look at the letter that you got from Caltrans, and the comment that they said was that we want you to make sure that there's a collection of transportation impact mitigation fee on a proportional basis from the developer to hold until the fee can be contributed to the local portion cost of funding future improvements to SR 99 Folkerth Road and SR 99 Main Street, those interchanges. The response from the county, where they said, okay, we'll do that, basically, was mitigation measure 3131B that staff is recommending you remove, and it says payment of the City of Turlock capital facilities fees, CFF, for contribution of public facilities. Interchange identified by Caltrans inside the City of Turlock city limits boundary. City engineer Mike Pickott confirms that fees paid to the city include a portion, so a portion of that CFF, that the city then pays to Caltrans for a shared cost of improvements to the highway segments identified by Caltrans. SR 22 and Folkerth Road, I always mispronounce that, SR 99 and Main Street. The impact, the nexus, the relationship between what this project is going to result in, Caltrans tells you part of it, right? One of the other things that this letter submission yesterday raised, and that was raised in the submission before the Planning Commission, is really, I think, a legal red herring. And it talks about, I don't know if it was the same concept that you had, but it was a contention that this CFF from the city is a double exaction because there's also county fees. That simply is not the case. For one, they both address different facilities. So they're not, it's not a being paid, having to pay twice for the same thing. As Mr. Fisher indicated, you guys know, or you should know if you don't, every project that we approve in the city of Waterford, that's a reflex. I've been there since '89. In the city of Turlock, they pay the city of Turlock fees and county fees. So there's not a double exaction. The other thing that was raised by opposing counsel is the Nolan Nexus argument. Really, that's the first time that was raised. There was nothing in the EIR or when applicant came to the city where there was a challenge of the fee. But I would submit the public record, for the public record, that in the City of Turlock website, under Building Development Impact Fees, there's a quarterly analysis of the fees, and I brought the Capital Facility Fee Nexus Study, which establishes the nexus. I want to make sure that's part of the record before I leave tonight, so I'll give that to the clerk. But it's all online. It's never been an issue before. We haven't had the opportunity to sit down with the applicant and say, hey, I think this fee is more than it should be. I can't speak for everybody at the city, but I think the city would be receptive to sitting down and addressing the fee. I know the city has already done the math, if you will, on the portion of the Nexus study that would be applicable to this project. So that's probably an invitation that is something that the city would invite. So I kind of want to wrap up with sort of a the lawyer stuff, right? The CEQA guidelines require that a description of any significant impact, including those which can be mitigated but not reduced to a level of insignificant, need to be addressed. And that's really the heart of our big issue here, is that you can't remove what was addressed in your EIR with what really looks like a fallacy study. So that's what I got. I'm happy to try to address any questions if you have them.
I have one question, and the statement says that the applicant is going to pay the CFF fees, or you're asking that they pay the CFF fees. Just now you told me that you have a number in mind, and so from my perspective, again, just sitting up here, I've seen what the bill was for Best RV when it started out. I saw what the bill was for Price Ford, Honda, and it's the full Monty. It's not a proportional share. It turns out to be a proportional share after negotiations or a discussion. But why not say what that figure is so that, again, a staff can weigh that determination ahead of time that it's whatever.
Okay.
It's $100,000.
I can tell you what I understand it to be. I'm not
Okay.
a math guy. I was a liberal arts. But, so that study establishes what we call a WISP fee, which includes more than what would be impacted with this project. That would be, if you calculate it, at $742,000, give or take. The number that staff has come up with to address the impacts identified by traffic, I forgot exactly what they pulled out, but it's $394,000 and some change. We have folks at the city that are more qualified than the conflict city attorney to.
Do those come out with the fire fee and the police fee and the not the CEO, city manager? You've typically put those on. So, but on Petard Trucking, it was just the intersection, wasn't it? Wasn't just.
Yeah, come back up.
And I'm just asking the question. You guys, health staff probably knows.
So with Petard Trucking and Best RV, the traffic study identified specific proportional share mitigation measure, but the city also did request full CFF in addition to that as well.
They did, but was it required to be paid in the end? Because those were agreements, that mitigation measure that were added. Petard I'm not as familiar with, but.
Proportional share were mitigation measures, correct? And they would have been.
Taylor Road interchange.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And the only reason I say this, Mr. Fisher, and no disrespect whatsoever, but when the bill showed up at, for Price Honda, and it was $558,000. I remember like it was yesterday for roadway mitigation, and most of the people coming from the north come through Keys Road. The county's responsible for that road, and so, but the impact to the intersection, the Taylor Road intersection, made a lot of sense, and that's why you have to differentiate between like what is, if half the traffic is coming from the unincorporated area and half it's coming, because I'm a believer in paying a proportional share, not a dollar more than the proportional share, not a dollar less, right? And so what do you have in that 300
The majority of it is actually the roadway, then there is the police, fire, and then the governmental charge on that. And each one is based on the square footage of the proposed building structures. The city's not opposed to, proportionate, and paying, doing a fair share analysis. It just has to be supported by science. We want to get it right at the end. I mean, that's our goal. But, up until this point, we haven't had the opportunity to sit down and talk that through. It's really just been, we don't want to pay it.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Paul Beard.
Good evening, Supervisors. Paul Beard. I'm counsel for the applicant, Avila & Sons, and with me, who are also included on those slips that you've received, are Jonathan Flecker, our transportation engineer, Elwin Heinen of Advanced Design Group, and also Dan Avila and his family in the back. So if you have any questions for any of us, we're happy, obviously, to answer them. So, in response to the City of Turlock's appeal and comments that were made by Blue Diamond, we did submit a letter yesterday with a couple of attachments, 2 traffic analyses that each responded to the appeal and to Blue Diamond's traffic analysis. And so we think that, as our traffic expert will explain, we think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding about the data and about the assumptions that have been made about traffic counts, and trip counts coming in and out of the project. Included with that letter, we put into the record shipping logs to help substantiate those trip counts. And we also have provided, again, for the record, bills of lading to further substantiate the trip counts. So the idea that the trip counts as they're presented in the Planning Commission's decision and the addendum, that the idea that they're not substantiated, that they're speculative, they're not based on science, that is all false. And I think that the testimony of our traffic engineer, Mr. Flecker, will prove that up. But before I introduce him, I just wanted to speak briefly to the conditions that the city wants to reimpose, the payment of the fees and frontage improvements and whatnot. I think the upshot here is that may be something that the city and the applicant can deal with at the encroachment permit stage. Doesn't seem to me that the county necessarily has to involve itself in that dispute. I do believe, I do exactions law, I've been doing it for about 20 years now, I do believe that what they're trying to impose has not met the constitutional burden of proportionality. I think that's pretty clear. They have a nexus study that talks about square footage. I mean, just last year, the US Supreme Court came out with the decision that basically said, you got to do a little better than that. You can't just rely on broad statements, generalized statements, without looking at the actual project and its impact. So this idea that the nexus study is going to somehow justify hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees and hundreds of thousands of dollars in further improvements, I think is belied by those precedents. So I would recommend that that issue be set aside for the city and the applicant to dispute and to clarify and to negotiate, perhaps. But I don't know that the county necessarily needs to establish as a condition what the applicant owes the city in terms of fees and whatnot. So with that, I'd like to introduce Jonathan to speak on the traffic issues, and then I'll be back up in case there are any further questions on the legal front. Thanks.
Good evening. Excuse me, Jonathan Flecker with Flecker Associates. I kind of wanted to give you just a real brief history in case you haven't been here for the whole thing. The original traffic study was prepared it was prepared in 2013. At the time of that preparation, ITE Trip Generation 8th edition was in place. The 8th edition had a trip rate that was used for the traffic study. In 2020, Mr. Avila had us update the report. At that time, we looked at, instead of using standard trip generation, we used actual data. And the reason we did that is trip generation, ITE's trip generation is about 1,200 pages, but it doesn't cover every imaginable land use. So what we looked at was, what's the definition of warehouse that they're using? And it's a generic warehouse, essentially, versus what Mr. Avila is actually doing in terms of a packing house. And there is a very big difference. And so that was the rationale for not using, at the time, ITE trip generation. The city had made a comment earlier about it's not supported by science. The ITE trip generation manual even states in black and white that you can use alternative methods. And that's what we did. So the idea that this book is the science is false. So with the 2020 analysis, we established about a daily rate of 306 total trips per day for the site. Now again, the city made a comment earlier tonight. They made two comments. One is they want to use the most recent issue or the most recent data in ITE. So keep that in mind for a moment. And again, they also made the comment that they want things supported by science. As I mentioned earlier, in 2013, the ITE Trip Generation Manual was the 8th edition. We're currently now at the 11th edition. The 11th edition, and from the 8th edition to the 9th to the 10th, now to the 11th edition, has seen a continual decrease in trip rates. The current 11th edition trip rate is 1.71 trips per 1,000 square feet. The 8th edition, it was 4.54. If you do the simple math, or as the city would say, the science, it equals 308 daily trips. So according to the city, if we use, and their experts, if we use what they want us to use, which is land use 150 warehouse, that will generate 308 trips. Using the actual data generates 306 trips. So I just want you to think about that for a minute versus the 817 trips, which is based on old data. They want us to use the current science. So with that, I'll leave that up to you to ask any questions.
Any question? Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Unless you have more to present, that's...
No, Flecker.
Okay, Flecker, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Can I just ask a quick question, not of you, sir, just of the county? How many packing sheds do we have in the county? You guys have a ballpark comparable? We gotta have a bunch.
No, not.
I don't think so.
Not sweet potato, is it?
Merced County.
Okay, but We have packing sheds, but just not sweet potato.
Yeah, I only really remember Mr. Owl got one many years back on another property that he has, but it's not a use that we see a lot of. Merced County does have a lot of them.
I mean, I can think of one for sure, but it's not sweet potato, but it's a packing shed. Okay, that's good, thank you.
Elwin Heinen?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. Elwin Heinen with Advanced Design Group. Concern with the water, as the city has brought up and has been some concern here and so forth. The thing is, the water system has to, the condition that is on it is that it has to be installed before any activities take place. So, and the structures that have to be done is just the structures of a pole barn that has to be brought up to code, and a dinky little office building. It's minor, okay? But the main concern is, well, they could run into problems and all this here stuff. Mr. Ablett took it upon himself in 2019 to do a test well, okay? And the test well came back that the water does not need any purification at all. It's fine, just by itself, okay? And that data has been presented and it's in the addendum. So I absolutely don't understand. There is no concern with the water. It's there, it's adequate. We just need permission from the environmental department to install the well. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. That was the last card I have for public comment. Any others that would like to make public comment?
Good to be here. Thank you all for working with us all this time. My name's Dan Avila. And there is a bit of confusion on a few things. And most of the points are pretty well covered for the most part. I think about storage, storage and packing, and that's probably the big difference about this building is there's a fair amount, probably 2/3 of the building is storage or staging of the product as it comes in out of the field. And out of that space, there's a very large portion of it is only used once a year, that floor space. So there's a very low turnover rate. Now in the packing areas, the other, say, 60,000 square feet, that's used throughout the balance, during the season, probably for about, probably a 3 to 4 month long period of time. And then the potatoes is about, probably about 10,000 square feet that's used, just solely to pack potatoes in throughout the year. So that there again, that brings the trip number down quite a bit, and the usage and, what we've established through the years. There's like about, maybe 3 years, 4 years of records there that we've accumulated, which are very true. The other, the other thing too, I think, the trip number on this project, if we go back to history, it's always been a struggle. And really the IT manual should have never been used. Even for lack that there was not a good comparison to a packing shed and ag use. All there was a warehouse, and a warehouse can be very general. And typically a warehouse is turned over probably 3 or 4 times. And I hate to see it still a struggle here today, but even then, I knew I knew it was Pinnacle, really, for the most part. I mean, the trip number had to be very true and accurate in order for me to establish my responsibility towards the county, the city, and their roads, and the fees and that. And it's too bad it's taken this long to get to it. And even once we're here, there's still opposition. The public water is very well determined. That's all been provided. I can't think of much more, than the fees, but and I always go back and I say this, why do we always make it so difficult on agriculture? Especially city coming to the farm again, and it makes it difficult for us to operate. The plant, the burdens, even just the just day-to-day business for that matter. Sometimes there's an awfully big conflict between the urban and the rural. Yeah, and still yet today. If you got any questions, I'm open to them now.
Yeah, so you haven't had any conversations with Turlock, I'm assuming, right, on encroachment permit?
No, not yet.
Okay, because at the planning commission, someone had said something, one of your representatives, and they opened it back up so you could speak. Do you agree that to get an encroachment permit, that there's going to be requirements on you? Whether that's landscaping, whether that's a fence, whether that's finishing out the fourth leg, or do you?
Oh no, those are all good. I'm good with the fourth leg. The fence and the landscape, I've had some struggle about. I kind of hated to waste too much room in the front, because I could use that area, and we'll need it for for the movement of the trucks. So that'll be limited, but I think we'll stay fairly close to what we planned. I mean, I might try to cut it back some of that space that we allotted for there in the front. But other than that, the fourth leg, we're good with that. So, it's all the rest of the frontage that I really have a problem with. The extending of the pavement onto our side, curb and gutter, lights, water, yeah.
So can I ask if they put requirements, because the way we've seen encroachment permits is that you're going to be required to get, if they put things, because last time, back in 2016 or 18, when you came before the board, you were okay with the improvements, and then we didn't ever get, or Turlock didn't get the improvements, right? That's why we're doing this again? Is that?
Well, I think why I was okay, well, I'm a little older and wiser now. I mean, in 21, we had a really bad year. In fact, it was very difficult. I barely was able to scrape up enough dollars to farm in 22. And I'm very fortunate that I never built back in 2018, and assumed, the frontage, the pavement, all those capital expenditures, which really wouldn't have added to production, wouldn't added to the bottom line. It would have been all an expense. It wasn't an investment, and that would have been enough to drag me down, and now, since, when was it? Probably about 2-3 years ago, I learned about the Nolan Dolan cases and where there had to be, a rough proportionality. And here, with my trip number and our use and our ag, there really is no rough proportionality. It hasn't been provided yet by the city, and we've asked for it for quite a while, and it hasn't came. And there again, if it becomes a struggle, with the road frontage and the getting the permit, the encroachment permit, then there again, that's probably going to be the crux of our case, of our complaint again. How much can ag bear? I mean, it's bad enough to pay our own bills, let alone pay someone else's.
Well,
Yeah.
proportionally, but you understand why Turlock has an issue. That's their road. They paid for it. The taxpayers of Turlock paid for it. The WISP, people in the WISP, just in the road. And then,
Yeah.
because we do, most ag doesn't end up going into the city, right? The Ammonhuller or the packing plants are out in the unincorporated area, so they're not traveling on city roads. I'm not making a case either way. I'm just telling you because.
Yeah, well, we need access to the freeway. You know, that's, and really, we wouldn't be going into the city if we didn't have to get to the freeway, to be able to ship. But there again, it's the city that's extending themselves into an ag zone. They're annexing property, they're assuming responsibility of roads, and then they want us to bear the burden of bringing those improvements along. And really, I mean, that you look at it, there's fuel tax paid on all this, that's generated. And it'd be nice if there was some sort of mechanism that the city could probably maybe see more of it from the states and that. But, it's just, it's not really right that we pay it. And I understand it, it's just one of those things, but, because who is going to pay the roads? But I guess, when the city comes into an area that is ag and it's an existing industry that really is very vital to life, how much do we disturb it? Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Adler? All right, thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll be here. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair, members. Travis Hill, I'm representing Blue Diamond Growers, so I oversee the operation there in Turlock. So I know it's late, so I'll be brief and quick here, out of respect of everybody's time. The main concern that we have when it comes to just some of the conditions of approval is around, the fourth leg, which it sounds like the applicants agreed to completing, and also doing some fencing or landscaping to really kind of protect, public traffic ways. Having that elongated road there, making sure that designated truck traffics are being used, that designated signal is important to us. And the third and foremost is just kind of what we talk about, dust mitigation and erosion controls. We really like to see the entitled drive aisles be paved out. We feel like that's going to be the best mitigation measure in the long run. If we can't get that as proved as a minimum, we do want to ask for there to be some kind of maintenance agreement that we can enforce, with the applicant, just to ensure that if there is, we go down with the gravel, mitigation plan from dust control, that we do have a leg to stand on to make sure that it's being maintained properly. So it's really just adding to make sure that we're protecting, the erosion and all the added costs that all the dust migration has been causing us over the years. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Travis.
Yeah.
What does a agreement look like? I don't think we've ever done that before.
I'm asking the council or the city if there is something that we could put in place, if there is a maintenance agreement that we could put in to kind of uphold those standards. Don't know what that looks like at this time, but we want to make sure, like I said, we don't want to have to go the nuisance route where we're always having to, report and call. We just want to kind of put some structure in place to ensure that there is something that we can uphold and there's clear agreement between both parties.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you, Travis.
All right, thank you.
Any others would like to speak? Turlock, as the appellate, I'll give you the last.
I'm sorry, I like that. With regard to the dust control and so forth like this, they're comparing it to agriculture. It's a farm right now, okay? We're putting in curb, gutter, sidewalk, landscaping. It's already addressed, okay? And Also, you just seen the screen where they're requiring, on-site pavement for quite a while to prevent track out. They're looking at the dirt and dust from agricultural farm, okay? They should be, jumping like joy that there's a commercial building going in that is being paved, the streets, everything to prevent dust. I don't understand this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Turlock's good. All right. Any others? Bring it back to the board. And then close the public hearing?
Yep. Close the public hearing.
Okay, can I go first here? I appreciate arguments on all sides of this thing, and but I think when it still comes down to it, we're an agricultural community, and this is agricultural land, is where it is, and I very much understand, sympathize with the thought that the cities have moved into the agricultural land. And so then start to require the farm to do these things. If the WISP, is that the WISP? WISP. If the WISP would have never happened, we wouldn't be here today, right? I mean, we wouldn't have this. So there's that part of it that I totally understand. The other side of it I see, as Travis, with Blue Diamond, you got to be a good neighbor. I mean, as farmers, we have to be good neighbors, right? We do dust control as a farmer to farmer. We need to make sure that we're controlling our dust. So that just comes down to simple, good neighbor, good farming. Again, any farmer would want the farmer next to him to do the same thing. The dust, the mites, and the almonds. So the things that you have to deal with, and farmers will take care of that. So I see that as being something that that can be worked out between the good neighbors, the neighbors there, and not have to involve government to make that happen. So just to cut to the chase, at 11 o'clock at night, I support the Planning Commission's decision on this, and will be supporting a denial of the appeal.
Any others?
Yeah, this one is a real conundrum because, and I go back to 2018 and I think about, we're trying to fix some of the wrongs. There are some of the deficiencies that were done back then by the applicant in his operation. So normally, Mr. Reagan said, trust but verify. There has to be a mechanism to make sure there's compliance. I would agree, normally this is just easy, an easy decision. The traffic study is the one thing that's got me, the dueling opinions, and I'm not an expert in that, and I read what everyone has to say, and it's hard for me to understand it. It really is on whose numbers were right. Bring boxes, I think it might articulate the truck trips, and then there's traffic generation from employees, and so those are probably pliable. It probably goes up during harvest and goes down, and then you average it out, but it's really about the impact on the days that they're processing. So it's, again, hard for me to understand how the number's so different, but again, the number seems to be getting closer using the new standards. So that's the one thing. The one thing the Planning Commission took up was the paving. There was the encroachment, I think it was like 70 feet, and then they added 100 feet more or less to it. The applicant's representative, Elwood, had said that it's agriculture. It comes down to ag, but this is, the reason there's a use permit is because it's ag processing. And much like Maheller or an Ammon Heller, there's dust control measures that are required either through the air board or through our ordinance. So I'd be concerned about truck trip generation creating, especially semis, creating dust for the adjacent, because we don't want dust, right? As a neighbor, my neighbor creates mites on my trees, so we do everything we can to be a good neighbor, and I need to ensure that that's going to happen. And right now I'm processing how that, because does it have to be paved throughout the whole place? Probably not. Rock's well maintained. are probably pretty good, but paving, at least through the front portion, is, again, it's hard for me to visualize, other than looking at that map, what is more easily done. And because building, there's all these phases, but what happens when you have a use permit, you go for the full Monty. That's what we do in farming, right? You go for your ultimate ask, and it takes a lot of money to build all of that, and you might only get a couple of phases done, or you might get 3 or 4. But I think when we got our use permit, I did the same thing on our property, just put up building after building. We've put up one building and haven't expanded since, probably, as Dan had said, because farming hasn't been that great. And so I don't know that it'll be built out like that, because eventually someone's going to want that land for Amazon, or they're going to want it for houses or something, and you'll make a decision, which wouldn't be a bad decision to make if someone's offering you money, just in its proximity. So now we have the urban ag interface, which we always struggle with. The question is, you probably wouldn't cite a dairy there because people would have a problem with it right next to town. So we need to ensure that there's a good neighbor policy here for Blue Diamond and whoever else might ever show up. So there's not this conflict, and it's not a code enforcement issue to return it back. So those are just some of my thoughts. Again, the capital facility fees, I think if you sit down, I think you can work it out. If we mandate this here, then we mandate it for every program, or every possible application that comes in anywhere near any one of the cities, and that would be pretty difficult for us. But I think, because Turlock, I think you have, the upper hand in the conversation. I would just ask you not to be perceived as anti-business, because asking for too much money because you can doesn't make sense either. It's proportionality, and then I'd probably end up in a lawsuit anyways, one way or the other. So I still haven't come up with my final suggestion. I told you this one I'm really struggling with. Just based the water system, I'm not as worried about the water system because it's a mitigating measure. I believe that something has to be put up regardless, a barrier, so that traffic doesn't drive in and out, because I think that's going to be a real problem. Making everyone drive through the same intersection will cut down on dust, because it'll be paved at least a couple hundred, or 200 feet coming in. It'll take care of mud issues, which really become dust issues. And without a barrier, there's too many entry points, potential entry points for vehicles, whether that's employees who know how to get in and out. So I think there has to be some barrier put in before anything else can be done. I think that would be a requirement. Again, I don't know what Turlock's going to require. That's not for us to say. So I'll stop now.
Any others? So as far as I'm concerned, it's an ag zone, it's an ag operation. I'm going to support the Planning Commission's decision to approve and vote to deny the appeal. So, but I also do agree we need to put in some mitigated a plan. What that looks like, I'm not really sure, especially the dust. I know, Diamond Walnut is also an ag operation. They're asking for a little bit of support here, so if we can come up with something.
That was sweet. You said Diamond Walnut. I appreciate you sticking up for the walnut growers around here. Blue Diamond.
Yeah, it is 11. Excuse me for going off like that. But yeah, I would be interesting to see what you're thinking more on a mitigation effort on that regard.
I need help. So, give me 1 minute.
So we could add some, you're thinking of adding some conditions here.
What I was going to suggest is I have the mitigation measure, because the dust mitigation measure is being amended. I could put this up on the screen here. This is what this currently looks like. It's a lot to take in, but this is what, if approval of upholding the Planning Commission's decision, this will be what the applicant is required to do for dust mitigation once the gravel is installed. So this is what is there now. If there's a desire to append that further for the drive aisles, we do have some potential language for that.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
Just another question, Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Outside of the, dust control measures, I know right now it's right at the cusp of, 300 trucks or 306. I mean, who's to say 3 years from now it's 500 trucks? And then it does trigger a further traffic mitigation or things like that. What would be the way that we would monitor that?
Well, essentially, the project being approved will include the trip counts amounts that are included in the traffic analysis. If there was going to be an expansion of the facilities to where it would exceed that throughput, then it would have to come back through the land use process.
Well, it necessarily doesn't have to mean an expansion of the facilities, just means expansion of traffic and more coming in and going out.
So the use permit has a condition on it that says it shall be operated as described in the report and the studies. And so if we have a number that is the traffic number and we get to a point where it is exceeding that number, we could say they were no longer in compliance with that use permit.
And just to go a little bit further, the magnitude of that change would determine what that would look like. It could be a staff approval, it could be a subsequent EIR, it could be a supplemental EIR with additional approvals obtained by Planning Commission. But it would just look like, okay, staff would look at the magnitude of the change and then determine what the process would be.
Can I ask my board members, my fellow board members, the traffic studies, dueling traffic studies? What are your thoughts? Because that's what's got me just.
So I would say just what Manny just addressed there. So we put our faith in the 300 traffic study, the 300, is it?
306.
Yeah, whatever that number is. And if it turns out that it's 606, then there is an avenue to then say they're not in compliance anymore with this use permit. And then at that point, what would happen? Could you say, okay, we can see now it's 600? Is it a shutting down of the operation or until additional mitigation is done to accommodate the additional trips? What does that look like then if that?
That's where it can get a little complicated because I think as most board members know that, we get into non-compliance issues and those who are not in compliance don't always want to cooperate with us.
Well, and we know we've been there before
But in a perfect world, we would reach out to them. We would have a conversation about them exceeding the numbers that were allowed within the use permit. They would file for the appropriate application, and we would do the appropriate environmental review and identify what that mitigation would be.
And I just want to go back and ask, so this is Turlock's appeal, we turn down the appeal, or we affirm the appeal without prejudice and come right back if it was a traffic study requirement or if it was because mitigation, not that, I'm just trying to clarify for everyone up here, but without prejudice means that they have a 1-year waiting period, correct? So 1 year before they can reapply.
Angela, you're going to have to help me here with my memory, but there's a few options for the board. You could just deny the appeal outright, therefore approving of the project. The second option would be to approve of the appeal and make the changes requested by Turlock. In other words, apply the mitigation measures that they've asked for, and there was the issue with the public water system. Approve it as they have asked, and I have an outline that shows exactly what they're asking for. Another option would be to approve the appeal and send it back to planning to consider an appropriate environmental document or do additional environmental review and have that come to the Planning Commission and then back to the Board of Supervisors. Or you could just approve the appeal and deny the project, in which case the project would be denied and they would not be able to come back again with another application. I believe it's a year, maybe 2 years. It's a year. It's a year.
And then what about an option of denying the appeal so that the project goes forward, but then putting in other mitigation language so that they had to adhere to that as a basis of their approval?
Yes, you could amend the conditions of approval now, as you know, as I believe has been contemplated with respect to additional surfacing of the entranceway of the internal driveway. That would be possible. Right now, I'm trying to determine whether that would be a denial of the appeal or approval of the appeal. I think it would likely be a denial of the appeal, but with amendments to the conditions of approval. You could do that as well. But if you do that, staff will want a little bit of opportunity to actually write out what the conditions of approval are going to look like before we adopt those.
And I don't, what Blue Diamond's asking for, to have an agreement that would be a binding agreement between them, that it's maintained, that's probably too cumbersome, as good as that sounds, but that sets up conflict too. I think we either go all paved or, the Planning Commission's component to I think it's to the first building. Wasn't that the discussion there?
Say that, I'm sorry.
The first building, really, where the
The
first building.
condition for the 200 feet of pavement?
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that, they kind of figured that out, that's where the.
Actually, county staff, yes.
Oh, you did?
We, just to kind of re-explain it. So this.
The gray area?
The white area here would be the driveway as required by the city of Turlock, so that's 78 feet of pavement right there. The dark gray area is the 100 feet of pavement that's required by county standards and specs today. And then the light blue is the additional 200 square feet in the aggregate that was applied by the Planning Commission. So this is essentially how we would see it to be laid out for the site. So portion to the north, portion to the south, all kind of curved in, so essentially trucks are required to funnel through here, knock off dust and or gravel.
Are all employees required to come through here?
There are employee driveways to the north.
Coming off of Washington?
Correct.
Or Falkirk?
Where would those be?
Washington.
Where would those be? Can you show that with your point?
Sure. You kind of see the tip of it there. We'll go to the main site plan here. And they'll be required to get encroachment permits as well. So they'll have that 75, well, depending on city standard for a vehicle driveway, but they will have an apron, a paved apron as well, as I understand it.
So that'll be gravel.
The apron will be paved, the parking lot is gravel.
Gravel. Help us by pointing out what you believe Blue Diamond wants to see, or the area that you believe Blue Diamond has an issue with.
In terms of coming off the site?
Or with respect to the gravel
the-
issue.
I would imagine the main gravel issue will be from the trucks, which will be funneled through the main driveway, which is the signalized intersection, which has the additional pavement requirement.
Okay.
Blue Diamond wants everything paved. So
Everything.
they requested. So
Right.
Everything paved would be how much more than the additional 200 feet that's called out by the planning commissions?
It would be a bit of a guess. So it would essentially, in relation to the 200 feet, it kind of, as you can see, the laser pointer kind of goes up and down like this. The rest of the drive aisles would go around the building. It would be going through the employee parking lots, obviously. There'll be a lane that comes down through here. So
Probably just
triple, quadruple, probably.
I'm wondering why the
prevailing wind is
It's going to blow right to Blue Diamond, right?
200 feet is probably. okay. But the parking lot where the cars are gonna go in and out, if it's gonna be gravel, that's where the prevailing wind is.
Well, how much is the parking lot? How many feet are we talking about just for the parking lot? I'm just looking for.
Comparatively to where the building would be, which is 200 feet, the parking lot is in that same ballpark, it looks like.
So it'd be another 200 feet in addition.
Correct.
And that's where there's, yeah, I'm just looking for a compromise here, some sort of a.
So,
Yeah.
condition of approval number 22, I think they would be able to. Just kind of looking at condition of approval number 22, which was amended for that extra 200 feet, it could be amended further to specify both or all driveways, that additional 200 feet.
I mean, other than pulling in and out and parking, the vehicles are going to be stationary in a parking lot, not causing dust. And that's
True. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. Make a motion to go. Okay. You ready? Yeah, I'm done. Okay.
Want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal and all staff recommendations. That was one of staff recommendations, to deny the appeal. That's the motion that I guess I would make.
The motion, I think, would be to deny the appeal, then, and then uphold, or not, make the findings as recommended by staff 2 through 5 of the agenda report.
That's correct.
That's my motion.
So then no mitigation efforts in that?
I have a first. I'll second it. I'm going to do a roll call vote.
District 2 Supervisor Vito Chiesa.
Aye.
District 3 Supervisor Terry Withrow.
Aye.
District 4 Supervisor Manny Grewal.
Aye.
District 5 Supervisor Chance Condit.
Aye.
And District 1 Supervisor Chairman Buck Condit.
Aye.
So, I just want everyone to know there's a lot of work to be done.
is.
This is the beginning of, I have a feeling, the beginning of things, but anyways.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Moving on.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Moving on, correspondence. Acknowledge the receipt of correspondence and refer as recommended on the agenda. Board of Supervisor reports. Chance.
Quick report. We recently had our annual Ranchers meeting up at Frank Rains Park. I do want to thank our Deputy Public Works Director, Sam, for attending along with myself and updating the residents up in the canyon about the road developments that are coming forward. Also, I do want to highlight some of the dire situation that the community of Diablo Grande currently faces concerning water and the water termination letter that they received from Kern due to a large deficit that has been unpaid for several years now. There are efforts that are being made. We've had a couple meetings with myself as well as Supervisor Withrow, who I thank for standing shoulder to shoulder with myself. We've included several local irrigation districts that are trying to come up with alternative solutions, short-term and long-term solutions for the community of Diablo Grande. Again, there's roughly 2,000 residents up there that are in jeopardy of losing their water. I want to thank our Director of Environmental Resources, Robert Kostlevy, for attending a community meeting and meeting with the community residents up there, and also just letting them know that the county is here. This is a top priority of ours. CO Hayes, as well as the executive staff, have been fully engaged on this issue as well. I have had correspondence with Assemblyman Juan Alanis regarding this matter. His office, his chief of staff, Joshua Whitfield, has had several meetings with the general manager of Kern trying to negotiate a possible extension. He is cautiously optimistic that there could be a possible extension that could be put forward for Kern. But again, we have to prepare for all measures, just absolute worst case scenario that the water could go off potentially tomorrow or any day up until the June 30th deadline. So we will continue those efforts. I have been able to arrange a meeting with Governor Newsom's Central Valley liaison, as well as myself and Western Hills Water District will be meeting next week and trying to get this issue in front of Governor Newsom. Just hoping, we're just throwing darts at the dartboard, if you will. So this will continue to be a hot button issue as we move forward to the June 30th deadline. And again, I appreciate all the support from the county staff, and I'll keep you updated with any further developments.
Thank you, Chance.
But I'm just going to reiterate what Chance is doing there. Yes, thanks staff for everything they're doing, and Chance, you're just for being all over this thing and doing everything you can for these people up there. So we want to thank you for that.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Moving on to legislative fiscal management report.
Okay, just a real quick report. I think you're aware that both state and federal legislators are on a spring recess, giving us a little break in that respect. However, we are obviously tracking all the bills that have been introduced and what we need to do. I also want to recognize that next week, some of us will be attending the legislative conference with the California State Association of Counties, hoping to follow up on those matters. I did want to recognize just late today, we received just kind of a standard notice that Governor Newsom would be somewhere in Stanislaus County tomorrow. Presenting, we're not quite clear what the issue is presented on, but some kind of an announcement with the California State Attorney General. So we'll see what that's about tomorrow. I also need to, we are required by the government code to read into the record anytime we hire a county department head what the salary is. Earlier we mentioned and introduced Lily Yap, who has been appointed as the Stanislaus Animal Services Agency Board as the Animal Services Director, and Ms. Yap's annual salary is approximately $154,211 per year, and she will also receive department head benefits. So we welcome her to the county leadership team, and that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Deputy Middleton, thank you for staying up with us. Lane, you two back there in the corners. Ladies in the back, thank you. All right, we're adjourned.